He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each day, he will make a way. He will make a way. Let's sing Tamil Gayatri. சீராரும் பதனமதில் திகழ்பரதன கண்டவிட்டு லட்சணமும் மதி சிறந்த திராவிட திருநாடும் பிழை முதலும் அத்திலக மாஸ்டரி போல் அமைப்புலகும் வெற்றி செய்யும் புகழ் மதித்தையும் தவறும் தமிழகத்தே தமிழகத்தே ஒரு சீரிழமை சிறமையல் செயல்பாடு வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. Now I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp. Light is a glow of illusion enlightenment. Now I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp. Everyone. Now I invite Sister Dr. Hashiba, Assistant Professor and Head of English Department of STC to deliver the welcome address. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students, a very warm welcome to the Bodhi Hybrid International Conference on the beacon of literature shaping social consciousness and change. It is my great privilege and pleasure to extend a special welcome to Dr. J. John Sager, our distinguished keynote speaker, formerly Associate Professor and Head, Research Department of English, formerly Dean of Policies and Administration, the American College, Madurai, whose profound insights will undoubtedly set the tone for our discussions today. Hearty welcome to you, dear sir. Now I request our Reverend Secretary to honor our chief guest. We are honored by the presence of Dr. S. Balakrishnan, publisher of Bodhi International Journal, whose contribution to the academic research is truly commendable. Expressing our profound gratitude for collaborating with us for this international conference, I extend a warm welcome to you, dear sir. I request our principal to honor Dr. Balakrishnan. We are deeply grateful to Reverend Sister Jessie, the Secretary of the College, for her unwavering support and encouragement in fostering academic excellence. Hearty welcome to you, dear sister. I request Dr. Balakrishnan to honor our Secretary. Our sincere appreciation to Dr. A. Rijo Jais, our esteemed principal, whose leadership and vision continue to guide our institution towards greater heights. Welcome you, dear sir. I request Dr. John Sager to honor our principal. A special mention to the research scholars and faculty members from various institutions who have joined us to exchange knowledge and ideas. Hearty welcome, dears. To our dedicated faculty of the Department of English, your hard work and commitment make this event possible. Welcome, dear friends. And finally, my warmest welcome to our dear students, the true torch bearers of knowledge and change, whose enthusiasm and participation make this conference all the more meaningful. Hearty welcome, my dear students. May this gathering be a platform for enlightening discussions and intellectual growth. Wishing everyone a productive and insightful conference. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Now I request Ms. Billy, Assistant Professor, to introduce Dr. J. John Speaker.
Greetings to one and all present here. It's our distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. J. John Sager, who has graciously accepted our invitation to be with us today. Dr. J. John Sager is formerly Associate Professor and Head Research Department of English and also former Dean of Academic Policies and Administration in American College, Madurai. Renowned for his exceptional contribution to the language and linguistics, we are honored to have him with us today to share his expert and insight with us. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. J. John Sugar. Now I call upon Ms. Theo Saxon, Assistant Professor, to introduce Dr. S. Balakrishnan.
Good morning to one and all present here. It is our distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. S. Balakrishnan, who has graciously accepted our invitation to be with us today. Dr. S. Balakrishnan is highly respected publisher and managing editor renowned for his exceptional contribution to the Bodhi International Journal India. We are honored to have him with us today to share his expertise and insights with us. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. S. Balakrishnan. Welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Today's presidential address is a moment of vision, reflection, and an inspiration, where we hear directly from our leader about the future directions of our institution. We are privileged to have Dr. A. Rijojai, Principal of STC, to deliver presidential address.
Honorable Secretary, Reverend Sister Jessie, keynote address will be given by Dr. J. John Sager, respected publisher of both International Journal, Dr. S. To risk-taking show. For example, if a child, when it is born, he or she cannot able to roll, even though from the safe zone we are moving to roll, we will try make to roll the child. The child will try to walk with his or her leg and hand. Sometimes he or she fall down. So he or he is moving from safe zone to risk taking zone. If you want to save the social consciousness and changes, we have to move from safe to risk zone. That is the message I have to give to given here. So if you want to achieve in your life, do not be in a comfort or safe zone. Kindly move towards risk-taking zone. Don't move towards dangerous zone. Dangerous zone which will make affect our life also. So, if you want to save the social consciousness, kindly be ready to work hard from the safe zone. Make your time management, take risk. You have to make achieve all the things for that. We are arranged here the conference. So, the students who have present here kindly take the decision for save the social change or what are the change you can make. The bad change cannot be changed by you or yourself. The bad change will be always changed only, but you only want to change. So this beyond of literature, what is beyond? It is a light. In Tamil we can say கலங்கரை விளக்கு. So you want to be a light to this world. For to be a light to this world, you have to make some reformers, may try to move to different zone from comfort to the from safe zone to risk taking zone and active. So I wish the department, and also I'd like to thank the Bodhi International Journal Publishing for arranging this program, and also like to thank the keynote address which is going to give by John Segar, and also like to thank the management for arranging this conference. May we are inaugurating this conference after 3:30. You have to study more. That means today I have given only one message. You have to move from safe or comfort zone to risk taking zone. Likewise, in every section, you will get some message. You use that message, and using that message, you change their social value. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Now I request Reverend Sister Tracy, Secretary of FTC, to facilitate the gathering. Good morning to all. Esteemed guests, faculty, research scholars, dear students. It is an immense joy and a deep sense of gratitude that I stand before you today to offer my heartfelt felicitations to the Department of English and our valued collaborators, Bodhi, on the successful organization of this significant international conference. The region of literature shapes social conscience and change. As a college secretary and as a member of a religious order dedicated to education and service, I am particularly confident in convergence of intellectual discourse and social awareness. The theme of this conference, the freedom of literature, resonates profoundly with our mission to cultivate not just academically proficient individuals, but also compassionate and social responsible citizens who are deeply engaged with the world. I commend the Department of English for their meticulous planning, their unwavering dedication, and the sheer hard work that has gone into organizing this conference. The diverse variety of topics, the esteemed speakers from across the globe, and the enthusiastic participation we see before us testify to the relevance and importance of this event. I pray that the insights shared during this session will ignite a spark within us, inspiring us to become beacons of light in our own communities, and to use the knowledge gained here to affect change. May the discussions and deliberations early a deeper understanding of the crucial role literature plays in fostering positive social change. Let us embrace the power of words, the wit of stories, and the timeless wisdom of literature to build a world where compassion, justice, and understanding prevail. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. Now, Dr. J. John Seher, Associate Professor and Head Research Department of English and also Dean of Academic Policy Administration, the Mangalakuntu College, to take over the session.
respected scholars, principal another department, and the Mangalakuntu publisher, Bodhi International Journal, faculty members of the Department of English, faculty members from other institutions, scholars, student friends, good morning to all of you. All of you. We're all quite okay. Thank you. Can anybody that the context on the based on the stage, the words, first word start with the B, is the word, this department use the same word, secretary use the word, what is the word? See, when you share the surveys, the interest conference today, people ask for the conference. So you'll be able to share with them. What is word beacon? B-E-A-C-O, beacon. Sorry, forget. Beacon. Beacon. You must adhere words. You must become familiar with the word. Okay? You must be good at building strong vocabulary. Your speech, so you must be a good English learner. How to become a good friend? Suppose you want to Pandya, she wants to become a friend. Minimum you should know her name. Yes or no? She made she's saying this the name of name. Number two. Geo. Geo. Okay, so that's the name. She says Geo. This is like 2-3 times. No, the term. Sometimes word or big word is not word. So it is able to pronounce those words and in order to become familiar with the words. Okay? So that's why I asked for the beacon. Beacon means a symbol. Beacon means symbol. Beacon of literature. Beacon of literature. So symbol of literature symbolizes something. Literature symbol, it means something. Literature is a symbol. Symbol means that object that symbolizes, that denotes, that connotes some deeper meaning that is not visible in the object. So there is something about literature. What is that? And what is the role? The top of the conference is shaping social consciousness and change. Shaping social consciousness and change. So there are two roles. Literature is doing two things. Number one, it shapes our social consciousness. Shapes our social consciousness. Social consciousness. Then it shapes our change also. So literature is supposed to do these two things. And the gentleman who is sitting here looks like one of my old students, but I don't know. Are you Bodhi? Yes. Can you say that? Just ask the secretary, who is the gentleman, is a part of the how are you, Bodhi? Okay. This department. One of the distinguished alumnus of the Department of English. I just want to know the way they think as existing how we. You were in Bangalore or something? No. Oh, Chennai. You were in Chennai. It shall not be visible. That's why they have the title beacon of literature. And what does literature symbolize? It symbolizes the fact that literature is about society. It's society. Sometimes அப்படியே எல்லாம் சொல்றாங்க. of social consciousness. What is social consciousness? First part by
enable us make changes in society. Does literature bring about this kind of desire for making social changes? So connecting point is we as human beings, we as students of literature of St. Teresa's College or from other colleges from where you come, and we're all doing spending your 3 years prime part of your life. Now, at what age are you joining English? At what age did you come to this college? என்ன வயசுல இந்த காலேஜ் வந்தீங்க? Average 17 and a half. 17 and a half, you came to this college. So in here for 3 years. If you do MA, you will be here for 5 days. If you do MA, you will be 5 days in college. Yes or no? So that is the prime period. After now the happiest time, you're all in late teens. When do teens start? Teenage ஆரம்பிக்குது. Yes. இங்கிலீஷ்ல இருக்கு, தமிழ்ல வார்த்தை கிடையாது. இங்கிலீஷ்ல டீன் நம்ம எந்த டீன் ஆரம்பிக்குது? 13, 11, 12 and then அது ஆரம்பிக்குது. Teens ஆரம்பிக்குது. 13, 17 or 18 or 19. 19 முடிச்சு போடுது. அப்புறம் பாடம் கட்ட வேண்டியதான். Period in your life ends when you enter 19, 20. We are taken to Marching. Almost we are taken out of ICU. Now you're all of you. ICU in the sense that desire to learn new languages. எல்லாமே அப்ரப்டா என்ன முடிஞ்சிரும்னா 19 முடியும் போது இந்த ஆசையும் முடிஞ்சு போயிடும். Okay, so learning something new starts at the start of the teens, 13 and 19 வரும்போது நம்ம வந்து அப்படியே கொஞ்சிட்டே இருக்கு. இப்படி 30 இருந்தீங்கன்னா you will be 19. அடுத்த வருஷம் நம்ம பஞ்சம் கொண்டு வந்து சத்திரம் என்ன மழை ஐசியில் இருக்கும். 20 30 ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். First year they can learn quite a lot of things. When you come to PG, you find it difficult to pursue studies because பண்ணிட்டே வரும், மெமரி கொஞ்சமா பண்ணிக்கிட்டே வரும். Okay, so what is the social consciousness? Social consciousness, I give you 2 points. Conferences of this kind are organized for 2 purposes. One, You learn something newer than what you are usually learning in your classes. In classes, you are learning new because the new things that you are learning will be tested. Exam or question or semester or another learning things in classes are very painful. Learning is very painful. Whereas when you come to a conference in nature, when you learn something new, that will be useful for your life. That will be more useful for your profession. That will be useful sometime in the future. That is not, you are not going to be tested at the end of the day. You may hearing the secretary, academic is not going to conduct any quiz or assignment or so learning in conferences is less painful. Painful தான் உட்காந்து கேட்கணும் இல்லையா பெயின்ஃபுல் தான் வந்தாலும் கூட கொஞ்சம் பெயின்ஃபுல் கொஞ்சம் பெயின் கம்மியா இருக்கு பிகாஸ் யூ ஆர் லுக்கிங் அட் நியூ ஃபேஸஸ் நியூ மார்க்கெட்ல பாக்குறதுனால கொஞ்சம் யூ ஆர் ஜஸ்ட் ஓ வாட் இஸ் ஃபாலோ தி காட் நாட் யூ ஆர் லுக்கிங் தி சேம் ஃபேஸஸ் ஆஃப் யுவர் டீச்சர் so friends I definitely I give you two things you learn if you have this scribbling pad you can take it out what is this social consciousness being aware என்ன நடக்குது நம்ம தெரியணும் being aware understanding being aware and understanding and being aware of what understanding what social issues சமுதாயத்துல நிறைய issues so you become aware you have an understanding of social issues number one you become aware of problems issues where problems where issues are things that are that may be challenging problems are something that we need to find solutions. So being aware of understanding social issues, aware of social problems. Okay. Number three, concern. So you have issues, you have problems, you have concerns that affect the individuals. When you start from before, you want to catch the bus. Bus is crowded. Bus is crowded. Is a problem? Is a issue. Boarding the bus, which is very crowded, that's a problem or issue. It is an issue. It is an issue. It's not a problem. Problem is solved. Issue is challenging. For some of you, it is a problem. For others, it may be an issue. So you have social problems, you have social issues, you have concerns. I can pay the fees, but many students in my class are not able to pay the fees. So you have concern for the poor, concern for your neighbors. So these problems, these issues, these concerns might affect individuals, might affect. Affect பண்ணலாம். இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொல்றீங்க might affect பண்ணாமே போகலாம். That's the difference between might and may. May is பண்ணீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பா affect பண்ணலாம். But use the thing might பண்ணலாம் இல்ல பண்ணாமல இருக்கலாம். It may rain today அப்படின்னா மழை பெய்யலாம். It might rain அப்படின்னா பெய்யலாம் பெய்யாம போகலாம். That's the probability is less அப்படின்னு வச்சீங்கன்னா you are using word might. So I say these social problems, these social concerns, these social issues might affect individuals or communities. நீங்க இருக்கிற கிராமம், நீங்க இருக்கிற ஊர், நீங்க இருக்கிற வார்டு, நீங்க இருக்கிற ஸ்ட்ரீட் as a community may be affected or these issues so that is number one. Social consciousness is being aware, understanding social problems, social issues and social concerns that might be all of us, some of us, our community, or as a society as a whole. That's point number one. Point number two, you should recognize. If you say that I am socially conscious, second thing that you must do is that you recognize. Recognize recognize meaning you recognize, you recognize, and you acknowledge your problem is there. Acknowledge my problem is not my problem. என்ன பண்ணாலும் எனக்கு தான் என்னை பாதிக்கல சோ அதுக்கு நினைக்க கூடாது ரெகக்னைஸ் பண்றீங்க அவளுக்கு இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு இந்த சொசைட்டி இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு and you acknowledge you recognize and then you acknowledge
What do you recognize? What do you acknowledge? I give you three things. Number one, social, samudam. Number two, economic, பொருளாதாரம். And number three, political. நிறைய பேர் இந்த வீட்டுல எப்படி வளர்த்துருக்காங்க தப்பாவே எடுத்துருக்காங்க அரசியல் பத்தியே யோசிக்காங்க. All literature students are basically politicians. அரசியலை பத்தி எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சிருக்க வேணும் கண்டிப்பா ஆகுது. So social, economic, political realities that shape our life and others' life. நம்ம வாழ்க்கையை மற்ற வாழ்க்கையை வந்து ஷேப் பண்ணுது. எது பண்ணுது? நம்ம விருப்பம் இருக்கோ இல்லையோ our lives and others' lives are shaped by மூணு factors என்னது? That which is social, that which is economic, that which is political. These three things shape what I am, shape what we are, and shape what others are. அப்படின்னு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? அக்னாலஜ் பண்ணணும். ரெண்டு விஷயம் இருக்கு. Social consciousness, being aware, understanding problems, issues, concerns that might affect us as a society, as individuals. Number two is that the social consciousness means recognizing and acknowledging three factors that shape what we are. What are those things? Social, economic, political. The மூணு வச்சு என்ன பண்ண முடியாது, நம்ம வந்து தப்பிக்கவே முடியாது. சரியா? Aware of social issues earlier. Aware of social issues. What are they? நீ சொல்லுங்க social issues என்னன்னு சொல்லுங்க பாப்போம். What are the issues and problems together? From young children, you tell me, what are the in our society? When you read Shakespeare, Milton, all those fellows who are being taught in your lecture classes, clear, they are not talking about our problem. Our problem is problem. Our problem borrow படிக்கிறோம் வந்து. We try to identify what நம்ம இருக்குன்னா அப்படி நம்ம என்ன படிக்கிறோம் வந்து. நம்மளா வந்து என்ன பண்ணிக்கிறோம்? பண்ணிக்கிறோம் நம்ம. எத்தனை பேர் தேர்ட் இயர் இருக்கீங்க? How many of you are doing third year? Oh, quite a few. Are you familiar with Shakespeare? Shakespeare? இதான் tragedy ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? Shakespeare tragedy? எதே கேள்விக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியுதான் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறாங்க. First year, second year, they might also know that. Have you heard of Shakespeare? Have you seen Shakespeare? நான் பார்த்தேன், நான் வருஷம் சின்ன பையன். இவங்க பார்த்துருப்பீங்கல்ல? Does Shakespeare look like you? No, how does he look like? பார்த்து எப்படி இருக்காங்க? ஒரு வல்லுமண்டர். Born without hair. The old man. You remember? And he has written a number of plays. It's a number of plays. Plays. How many plays? 37 plays. 37 plays. அது ஒரு 5 tragedies இருக்காரு. 5 tragedies. அது 4 tragedies ரொம்ப பாப்புலர். இவரோட ஹர்ட் புத்தகங்களோ அப்புறம் Hamlet, and one more, King Lear. When you read these 4 plays, the problem that he is discussing through different characters in this place, number one, the problem நமக்கு என்ன வந்து சத்தியமா இருக்குது. King Lear, white place. King Lear, பேர் லியர், அவர் நாட்டுக்கு அரசர் வந்து அவர் வந்து ஒய்ஃப் இல்ல. அதனால இங்கிலீஷ்ல என்ன சொல்றோம்? வீட்டுக்காரங்க இல்லாட்டி அம்மாவுக்கு என்ன சொல்றோம்? வீடோ. அது மாதிரி ஒய்ஃப் இல்ல பிள்ளையர் மட்டும் இருக்கா, அவங்க என்ன சொல்றோம்? விடோவர். ஒரு ஈஆர் சேர்த்துக்கிறோம். விடோவர் அது இங்கிலீஷ்ல ஒரு வேர்ட் தான், ஈஆர் சேர்த்துக்கிறோம். கேட்போம் ஈஆர் கேட்போம். போயர் போயஸ் அந்த மாதிரி சேர்த்துக்கிறது. வேற இந்த வேர்ட் விடோவர். ஸோ லியர் ஒய்ஃப் இறந்துட்டாங்க. லியர் 3 daughters. ஆம்பளை பையன்ல 3 பொண்ணு இருக்கு. வயசாயிருச்சு. He is thinking of applying for VRS. நாட்டில் நினைக்கிறாரு VRS அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? இந்த 3 பொண்ணுக்கு நாட்டை 3 பிரிச்சு ஆளுக்கு ஒரு மகனை எடுத்துக்குவோம் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறாரு. நம்ம போய் 3 மகன்கிட்ட ஒரு 3 மாசம் வந்து காலத்தை தள்ளிடலாம். In the old age, he has got 3 daughters. He doesn't have wife. He wants to take rest. He wants to divide the country into 3 and give 1 portion each to each of the 3 daughters. ஆனா இந்த வயசான கதை என்ன பண்றான்னா பிரிச்சு கொடுத்துட்டு இன்னும் முன்னாடி ஏசி பிராட்லி அப்படியே ஒரு கிரிட்டிக் வந்து அவர் வந்து ஒரு நோஷனை உருவாக்கி இருக்காரு. அரிஸ்டாட்டில் சொன்னதை பேஸ் பண்ணி ஒரு டிராஜடி அப்படின்னா அந்த மெயின் கமிட் மிஸ்டேக். ஒரு டிராஜடினா என்ன பண்ணும், அந்த கேரக்டர் வந்து ஒரு தப்பை வந்து கமிட் பண்ணணும். அதுக்கு பேர் என்ன சொன்னா டிராஜிக் ஃப்ளா. இது பேர் என்ன சொல்றாங்க? டிராஜிக் ஃப்ளா. ஓகே, அந்த டிராஜிக் ஃப்ளா வந்து கமிட் பண்றாரு. இதுல
King here comes the mistake. What is that mistake? Before dividing the property into 3 portions and giving to 3 of the daughters, he wants to know from all 3 daughters how much they love him. The 3 பிள்ளைங்க இருக்காங்க இல்லையா, இந்த 3 பிள்ளைங்களும் என் மேல எவ்வளவு நீங்க அன்பு வச்சிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்கணும்னு ஆசைப்படுறாரு. இந்த கேள்வி தேவையில்லாத ஆசை. நிறைய பேர் நம்ம வீட்டுல அப்பா அம்மா கேட்கறாங்க இல்லையா, சின்ன பிள்ளைய பார்த்து உங்களுக்கு கேட்டாங்க, உங்களுக்கு ஞாபகம் இருக்காது. ஆனா இப்ப கேட்கறது மத்தவங்களை பார்ப்பீங்க. சின்ன பிள்ளை கூப்பிட்டு நீ அப்பா பிள்ளையா இல்லையா அப்படின்னு அப்பா அம்மா தப்பு பண்றாங்களா இல்லையா, கேட்கறமே இல்லையா. அப்ப அப்பா அம்மாக்களே பிரச்சனை அவங்களே கிரியேட் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க. ஒருத்தர் கூப்பிட்டு அது அம்மா பிள்ளை அப்பா பிள்ளை, டாட்டர் ஆர் மாம்ஸ் டாட்டர். பொண்ணு என்ன சொல்லுது, அப்பா அம்மான்னு சொன்னா 2 பேருக்கும் கோவம் வரும். நீ வா சாயங்காலம் ஏற்கனவே வரணும் அப்படின்னு அம்மா சொல்லுவாங்க. இல்ல அப்பா சொல்ல நாங்க அங்கே பேசணும் உடனே பார்த்து சொல்லுவாரு. ஆனா சம்டைம்ஸ் அந்த பேபிஸ் மைண்ட் சே அப்பா அம்மாக அப்பா பிள்ளையா அம்மா பிள்ளையா, நான் பக்கத்து மாமா பிள்ளைன்னு சொல்லிட்டு மைண்ட் வைக்கிறது. சிக்கல் இதே சிக்கல் மாறிடுது. பெரிய ப்ராப்ளம் சிக்கல். அப்போ வீட்டுக்காரரை வந்து அம்மாவை பார்த்து வீட்டுக்காரர் சொல்றா, எனக்கு ஆரம்பத்திலேயே டவுன் இருந்துச்சு மனசு, இந்த பயங்களை பிறக்கும் போதே முகம் வேற மாதிரி ஆயிடுச்சு, இப்படி ஒரு போகுதா அப்படின்னு வீட்டுல. சோ பை question, clear gets to problem. இதுதான் ப்ராப்ளம். சோ ஆர்டர் என்ன கேட்கிறாரு, how much do you love me? முதல் டாக்டர் கூப்பிடுறாரு, கவர்னர் ப்ளீஸ் கம் ஹியர், how much do you love me? அவ வந்து அப்பா கேட்கறா கேள்வி வீக்னஸ் கண்டுபிடிச்சா. அதனால அவர் என்ன சொல்றானா, டாடி ஐ லவ் யூ மோர் தென் திஸ் வேர்ல்ட். ஐ லவ் யூ மோர் தென் ஐ ரெஸ்பெக்ட். என் வீட்டுக்காரர் காட்டணும் உன் மேல எனக்கு அன்போ அன்பு. அப்பா அப்படி ஈகோ அப்படி சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை. வெரி குட் டாக்டர், டேக் ஒன் போர்ஷன் யூ கோ. செகண்ட் கொஸ்டின் ப்ளீஸ் கம். how much do you love me? அவ அதுக்கு மேல பாக்குறா, அக்கா கிட்ட கேட்டா அவருக்கு உலகத்துக்கு மேல லவ் பண்றியா, அது என் வீட்டுக்காரருக்கு மேல லவ் பண்றியா? இவன் சொல்ற வந்து உலகத்துக்கு மேல உன்னை லவ் பண்ண. ஒருத்தி சொல்றா ஐ லவ் யூ மோர் தென் ஐ ரெஸ்பெக்ட். இன்னொரு சொல்றா ஐ லவ் யூ மோர் தென் திஸ் வேர்ல்ட். லாஸ்ட் டாட்டர் ஸ்வீட் 16 16 வயசு ஆகுது. வெளியில பார்த்தா நிறைய பேர் பிடிக்கிறாங்க. அந்த பொண்ணுக்கு மாப்பிள்ள பார்க்க பொண்ணு எடுத்து வந்திருக்காங்க. இவங்க அப்பா பிஸ்கட் பண்ணி நிக்கிறாங்க. So Kanyakumari asked and Kanyakumari is totally not confused. ஒருத்தி சொல்றா I love you more than the world. இன்னொருத்தி சொல்றா அக்கா வந்து I love you more than my husband. ஹஸ்பண்டுக்கு மேல அப்பா லவ் பண்ண நான் எதுக்கு கல்யாணம் முடிச்சாலும் நம்ம மனசுல ஒரே போராட்டம். அந்த அவசரத்துல கேட்கிறா வந்து how much do you love me கேட்கும்போது, daddy I love you as much as a daughter is expected to love dad. ஒரு மகன் வந்து அப்பாவை எவ்வளவு லவ் பண்ணா அவ்வளவு லவ் பண்ணு. இந்த ஆன்சர் யாருக்கு பிடிக்கல, கிளம்ப பிடிக்கல. ஒரு போயட்டுக்கு ஒரு எக்ஸாஜரேட்டட் ஃபார்மை சொல்லும் போது அது பிடிக்குது. இவன் சொன்னா நான் மகன் பண்ணல, அப்பாவை எவ்வளவு லவ் பண்ணுமோ அவ்வளவு லவ் பண்றாரு. அப்ப வந்து கேட்கிறாரு நத்திங் பிரதனா நத்திங் and she says nothing. That அப்பா says nothing comes out of nothing. What when I know nothing nothing comes out of nothing. Shakespeare is the only fellow who gives nothing one after another. nothing என்ன ஒரு சென்டென்ஸ் உருவாக்குறாரு. only power of language. இது ஏன் நான் சொல்ல கேட்டீங்கன்னா we understand a lesson from this. நீங்க சொன்னீங்க மெக்பெத் சொன்னீங்க, அது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ராப்ளம் இன் மெக்பெத். மெக்பெத்னு ஒரு தம்பிக்காரு, அவர் வந்து ஒரு ஒய்ஃப். ஷேக்ஸ்பியர் கிரியேட்டட் திஸ் பிளே வித்அவுட் நேம் ஃபார் மெக்பெத் ஒய்ஃப். மெக்பெத் வந்து வீட்டுக்கார பேர் வந்து, அண்ட் ஒய்ஃப் பேர் வந்து ஆனா வந்து இந்த அப்பாவுக்கு பேர் சொல்றேன் நேம் ஃபார் ஃபீமேல் கேரக்டர். ஷேக்ஸ்பியருடைய கதாபாத்திரம் பாருங்க. யாராவது நீங்க ப்ராஜெக்ட் எம்ஏ பண்ணா ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணலாம். Why has Shakespeare given a name to Macbeth and she is known as Lady Macbeth? Lady Macbeth. Modern English is Mrs. Macbeth. Macbeth வீட்டுக்காரன் நினைச்சு நமக்கு பேர் ஒன்று இல்ல. நாளைக்கு போன படி கதையில ஏதாவது பேர் இருக்கும் இல்லையா, பேர் இல்லை. என்ன ப்ராப்ளம் Macbethல? What's the problem? Anyone knows the thing? பண்ற தப்பெல்லாம் வந்து யார் வந்து Macbeth. ஆனா யார் மேல் பழி விழுது? ஓவர் நான் நாட்டுக்கு அரசன் ஆகணும். எல்லாம் அதிகால வீட்டுல நைட் படுத்துக்கும் போது மந்திரம் தலையாரி பண்ற போட்டா வந்து எனக்கு கேட்டு அவ்வளவுதான் நான் கேட்டேன். சோ மொத்தமா தேவன் we learn something for ourselves, for our society, maybe different cultures. There are certain things which go beyond the local cultures. That's why we are dealing with literature. So again, social issues பத்தி நம்ம என்ன recognize பண்ணணும். அதை பத்தி நம்ம புரியுது. So we have lots of problems. Tell me whether either number one poverty. இந்தியால poverty குறைச்சலா? ஏழ்மைக்கு குறைச்சல் இருக்க இந்தியால இல்ல. Poverty is one main issue problem. Number two, inequality. எல்லாரும் ஈக்குவலா? இந்திய சமுதாயம் நம்ம தமிழ் சமுதாயம் எல்லாத்தையும் ஒரே மாதிரியா பாதிக்குதா? No, there are lots of ups and downs. ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு இருக்கு. Our society is not treating everybody equal. Inequality. ஏன் inequality? நமக்கு ஒரு பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, இந்தியாவில ஒரு பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, தமிழ்நாட்டுல ஒரு பிரச்சனை இருக்கு. You are caste, I am lower, you are upper. Is that not the problem? Casteism is another problem. That is a deep devil. ஒண்ணுமே பண்ண முடியல because that is not visible. நம்ம மோதல் தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. அது இன்விசிபிளா இருக்கு. Casteism, class. நம்மள பெரிய பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. இருக்கிறவன் இல்லாத வெளிநாட்டுல ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. Class, casteism, class, gender, male or superior to female. இருக்கா இல்லையா? Oh, gender problem, male, female problem is the race. Oh, you belong to this race. Oh, you are black. Oh, you are white. So we have racial problem, ethnic problem. Tamil Tribal versus Aryan, ethnic problem. We have prejudices. We have violence. தவறான புரிதல்கள் ஒப்பீனியன் வச்சிருக்கோம். Prejudices against other people. Violence that towards people whom you like. Environmental degradation. I just thought your sister secretary that love this place because full of greenery. But then how long you are able to maintain this greenery, we don't know. Because there is a huge threat to our environment. That's what we are going to. So environmental degradation, these things affect individuals and others. So we must be aware, we must understand these problems. So what should we do? We must have empathy. Oh problem, your problem. என்னால உனக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ண முடியல, என்னால உன் ப்ராப்ளத்தை என்னால புரிஞ்சுக்க முடியுது. இங்கிலீஷ்ல ஒரு வேர்ட் இருக்கு, எம்பத்தி. அடுத்தவங்களை பார்த்து நீங்க ஐயோ பாவம் நினைச்சீங்கன்னா அது சிம்பதி, நெகட்டிவ். நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? எம்பத்தைஸ் பண்ணணும். We must put ourselves somebody's shoes. அவங்களுடைய நிலைமையில இருந்து இந்த பிரச்சனையை பார்க்கணும். Okay, so if you say that you are socially conscious, you must be able to understand other issues, other problem from their perspective. அவங்களுடைய நிலையில இருந்து என்ன பண்ணணும்? நம்ம புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு நம்ம கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்கணும். So we understand, we are able to understand other problems, other struggles, other experiences, other perspectives from their point of view. அவங்களுடைய நிலையில இருந்து பார்க்கிறது அதனுடைய தன்மை வந்து. And number three, critical thinking. வெந்தயத்துல விதிவந்த சாவணும் பாரதியார் சொல்லுவாங்க தமிழ்ல. அப்படிலாம் பண்ண முடியாது. வெந்தயத்துல விதிவந்த சாவணும். இலக்கிய சொல்றாரு ஒருத்தர், ஒரு தனி மனிதனுக்கு உணவு இல்லைன்னா, தனி மனிதனுக்கு உணவு இல்லை என்றால் என்ன சொல்றாரு? ஒரு தனி மனிதனுக்கு உணவு, ஒரு தனி ஒருத்தர் சாப்பாடு இல்லாட்டி ஒரு நக்சலைட் யூஸ், ஒரு டெரரிஸ்ட் யூஸ். ஒருத்தர் சாப்பாடு எப்படி சாப்பாடு போனதான் நினைக்கணும். ஒரு அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் யூனிவர்சிட்டியை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம். இந்த வெரைட்டி நெல் வந்து 100 மூடை வந்து 200 மூடை கொடுக்குற மாதிரி சயின்டிபிக் ஸ்பிரிட் இருக்கணும். தமிழ் காட்டுமாண்டியம் மொழின்னு ஒருத்தர் சொன்னதால ஒரு கோஷ்டி சொல்லி ஒரு பிரச்சனை ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா இல்லையா? ஏன் சொன்னாருன்னா, தமிழ்னாலுமே எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் புராணம் இலக்கியம் பத்தி பேசிட்டீங்க, விஞ்ஞான பார்த்து தமிழ் இல்ல, அந்த மாதிரி பெரியவர் சொன்னாரு. ஓகே, so you must have concern for the social problem. அது எப்படி வந்து கேட்டீங்கன்னா, you must number one வந்து being aware of them. என்ன பண்ணா empathize பண்ணணும், அடுத்த பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ பார்க்கணும். கிரிட்டிக்கல் திங்கிங் எல்லாரும் நிக்கிற மாதிரி நம்ம நினைக்கக்கூடாது. அவுட் ஆஃப் பாக்ஸ் நீங்க டிஃபரெண்டா யோசிக்கணும். Students come to you think out of box, think differently from what others think. அப்ப எப்படி நான் analyze scientific spirit, அது பிசிக்ஸ் கெமிஸ்ட்ரி பாட்டனி லிட்டரேச்சர் வந்து என்ன இருக்கணும்? கூறு இருக்கணும். எப்பவுமே சொல்ல லிட்டரேச்சர் கூறு கொஞ்சம் கம்மி சொல்லணும். சில பேர் குடும்பம் நடத்துறது குத்துமதிப்பா நடத்திட்டு இருப்போம் கூறு இல்லாம. அப்படியெல்லாம் நம்ம இருக்கக்கூடாது. எப்படி இருக்கணும்? சயின்டிபிக் டெம்பரமெண்ட் இருக்கணும். லிட்டரேச்சர் படிச்சாலும் என்ன பண்ணணும்? ஏன் எதுக்கு கேள்வி கேட்கணும், அப்பாமே கேள்வி கேட்கணும், எல்லா நம்ம எதுக்கு கேட்கணும், நல்ல நோக்கத்துக்காக. So critical thinking means analyzing and evaluating those issues. ஏன் இந்த இஷ்யூஸ் இருக்கு, ஏன் அவனுக்கு இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு, எனக்கு ஏன் அந்த ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை, நான் 3 நேரம் வேலை சாப்பிடுறேன், நம்ம கொஞ்சம் நாள்
நாங்களே சாப்பிட முடியும். பக்கத்துல சேமிக்க பிள்ளைக்கு ஏன்னு சொல்லி கேட்கணும். என்ன பண்ணக்கூடாது? அது போன தலைமுறை என்ன பண்ணணும்? அது விதி. அது அப்பர் காஸ்ட்காரன் கட்டி வச்சா, பிராமின்ஸ் கட்டி வச்சா கட்டுக்கிறாரு. போன போன பிறவியில் அப்படி இருந்தா அவனுக்கு விதிதான் இல்லை. அது வந்து பேசணும். அவன் அந்த தலைக்கு நெத்தியில பெருசா எழுதினான். அவனே எழுதுற கதையா கடவுளா இருந்தாலும் அவன் யாரு நம்ம கேட்கணும். இந்த உலகத்துல நம்ம மாற்றத்துக்கு போறேன். கடவுளை பத்தி யோசிக்காதீங்க. கடவுள் அவருக்கு எடுத்துக்க போறோம் இல்லையா? அப்ப அவர் பவரை காட்டுவாரு. நம்ம ஊர்ல நம்ம தான் ராஜா, நம்ம தான் மந்திரி. இந்த உலகம் நமக்கு சொல்லணும். நம்ம தான் நம்ம நினைச்சாதான் உலகம். சும்மா என்ன நினைச்சு மாத்த முடியும். நம்ம தான் நினைக்கணும். ஓகே, சிஸ்டர் ஒரு மாதிரி பாக்குறாங்க. கடவுள் ஏதாவது காட் ஹெல்ப் தோஸ் ஹூ ஹெல்ப் தெம்செல்வ்ஸ் சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல. யாருக்கு கண்டவே வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்றாங்களோ அவங்க தான் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, கடவுளை ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுவாரு. நான் படிக்கவே மாட்டேன், கடவுள் என்ன பாத்துக்கிறாரு அப்படின்னு சொன்னா நான் நடந்தாதான் நடக்காது. So critical thinking, identifying problems, identifying potential solutions. சும்மா ப்ராப்ளம் பேசிட்டே இருக்கக்கூடாது. சோஷியல் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் could be the possible solutions. அதற்கு scientists தான் இல்லை. Each one of us who recognizes the problem is also bound to give us a solution. என்ன சொல்யூஷனா இருக்கும்? Let us flow some solution. அவன் இருக்காம ரெண்டாவது வந்து நெகட்டிவாவே நம்ம பார்த்துட்டு இருப்போம். Okay. So friends, when you have this social consciousness, when you are aware of, when you understand these social issues, okay, what will happen when indirectly start working for social justice? The key word throughout the world, not only Tamil society. Tamil வந்து நம்ம சமூக நீதிங்கிறது throughout the world, throughout the world. நீங்க வந்து ஒரு பெரிய இணைப்பு இந்தியாவுக்கு, இந்தியா மட்டும் கிடையாது, உலகத்துல ஒரு பெரிய சேலஞ்ச் யாருன்னா ட்ரம்ப் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன். எங்க யாரும் எழுந்து பேச முடியாது. No one can argue with me. எழுது அப்படியே நல்லா பேசுறாங்க. காலனைசேஷன் ஒரு வார்த்தை காலனைஸ் பண்ணாங்க, அடிமைப்படுத்தாங்க. இப்ப நம்ம ஹோல் வேர்ல்ட் இஸ் பிகம் an ally for America. அமெரிக்காக்கு பிக் பிரதர். அது பேர் காலனைசேஷன். காலனி ஒரு போய் காலனைஸ் பண்றது. இருக்கிற இடத்துல இருந்துட்டு அரசாங்கத்தை ரூல் பண்றது. ஏன்னா அமெரிக்கன் டாலர் வந்து அவ்வளவு பவர்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு. மறைச்சுக்கிறாங்க ட்ரம்ப. ஒழுங்கா மதிப்பு கேட்டு எனக்கு யூரோப்பியன் லீடர் சொல்லிட்டான். வரிசா மூணு பேர் சொல்லிட்டா அங்க இருக்கு இதுல மாதிரி வேண்டாம். கீழே இருந்தாலும் கீழே மண் ஓட்டல கதையில வந்து கீழே ஒழுங்கான். So America is a big threat to the entire universe. பெரிய த்ரெட் வருது. எக்கனாமிக்கலி, பொலிட்டிக்கலி, மிலிட்டரி எல்லா விஷயத்தையும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பெரிய த்ரெட். ஹவு டு ஸ்டார், ஹவு டு ஓவர் கம் தி த்ரெட் உங்க கையில இருக்கு. நாங்க நீங்க கொஞ்சம் செத்து போடுவாங்க. நீங்க தான் இவர் கோயிலுக்கு இருக்கிறாங்க. So you must promote social justice. சமூக நீதிக்கு எல்லா போராடுறீங்களா என்ன ப்ரோமோட் பண்ணணும். If you are socially conscious, if you want to bring about changes in society, then you are into activism. All activists. சும்மா செமினார் காலேஜ் கிளாஸ்ல உட்கார்ந்து எக்ஸாம் எழுதிட்டு டிஎட் முடிச்சு கிளாஸ் எக்ஸாம் உட்கார்ந்து இந்த கதை போடாது. லிட்டரேச்சர்ல மூலமா நீங்க சமுதாயத்தை நீங்க மாற்றங்களை கொண்டு வரணும்னு நினைச்சேன்னா நம்மளால ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட் டெண்டன்சியா இருக்கணும். இந்தியாவில் நம்பர் ஆஃப் ரைட்டர், இங்கிலீஷ் ரைட்டர், இந்தியன் ரைட்டிங் இன் இங்கிலீஷ். ஆனா வெரி ஃபியூ ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட். அதான் ஜெயிலுக்கு போனாலும் பரவாயில்லைங்கிற ஒரு மலையாளத்துல இருந்து வந்த ஒரு ரைட்டர் நம்ம பேர் தெரியுமா? திங்கிங்னால சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் எது ஜெயில போட்டு ஒரு மாசமா ஒரு வாரமா உள்ள பேசிட்டு யாருங்க காட் ஆஃப் பாலிடிக்ஸ் யார் இருக்கிறது? அருந்ததி ராய். சும்மா அப்படி பேசிட்டே போட வந்து அது மாதிரி தமிழ்நாட்டுல பெரும்பாலும் ஒரு ரைட்டர் ஓட் போட்டா கேஸ் போட்டாங்க அவர் மேல வந்து. பிகாஸ் இஸ் ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட். So எழுதுறவனும் சரி, படிக்கிறவனும் சரி, டீச்சராலும் சரி, ஸ்டூடெண்டாலும் சரி, we are all basically activists. We must act. தமிழ்ல வில்லேஜ்ல ஒரு பிரபலிச்சுதான் பெருமைக்கு பேசுறது எருமைக்கு ஃபுல்லாக மாட்டேன். பெருமைக்கு பேசினா எருமைக்கு ஃபுல்லாக மாட்டேன். சும்மா பேசுறது இதெல்லாம் யாருக்கும் பிரயோஜனம். நான் ஒரு 37 இயர்ஸ் அமெரிக்காவுக்கு ரிட்டையர்ட் ஆனது. லிட்டரேச்சர் படிக்கிறதுனால 10 பைசா பிரயோஜனம் இல்லை. இப்படி பேசிட்டே இருந்தா என்ன வாட் இஸ் தி யூஸ்? இப்படி மஸ்ட் பி ஆக்டிவிஸ்ட். நம்ம பேச்சுலயே எழுத்துலயே நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? ஒரு லேடிக்கு வந்து ஒரு பிரச்சனை 4 பேர் கொண்டு வரணும். ஏன் யாரு இது அப்படியே நடக்குது அப்படின்னு இருக்கணும். நமக்கு எந்த கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா then we are not relating what is studying it for one for company opportunity so இது நம்ம வந்து துடிக்கணும் இல்லையா. and number 2 I told you one is promoting justice. நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? promoting justice. number 2 fostering empathy. empathy கிடையாது empathize பண்ணணும். அவன் பிரச்சனை நம்ம பிரச்சனையா பாவிக்கும். we must foster empathy so towards individuals or towards group who are different from others. நம்ம கண்ணுல டிஃபரெண்டா இருக்காங்க, டிஃபரெண்டா திங்க் பண்றாங்க, டிஃபரெண்டா சாப்பிடுறாங்க. நம்ம அண்டர் பிக் லோக்கல் சேலஞ்ச் யூனிக் கவர்மெண்ட் one nation one nation one language, one nation one language, one nation one election, one nation one food, one nation one ration card. எல்லாம் ஒரு வீஸ் ஒன்று யூரோப்ல எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு நாட்டுக்கு ஒரு மொழியில இருக்கு. நம்ம எத்தனை மொழி இருக்கு? இந்தியா India is a country with 1652 languages. 1652 மொழியில கொண்டதான் இந்தியா. வெள்ளக்காரனுக்கு மொழியில கட்டிட்டு நாடா இது அவனுக்கு புரியாது. இப்ப 1652 மொழிகள் இருக்குன்னா 1652 கலாச்சாரங்கள் இருக்கு. ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் நார்த்து சவுத் அவங்க மாதிரி இருக்கா, நம்மள மாதிரி இருக்கும். அவங்க மாதிரி சாப்பிடுறோம், நம்ம மாதிரி சாப்பிடுறோம். காலத்துல கல்யாணம் பக்கத்துக்கு அடுத்த ஒருத்த வரல இருந்தான். என்ன காலத்துல நான்வெஜ் சேர்க்க மாட்டாரு, என்னது அவனே கேட்கணும். அவர் சொன்னார் பீஃப் சார். You can't see beef being prepared anywhere in public in Madurai. எந்த ஒரு 5 hours travel பண்ணா eating habits different ஆ இருக்கு. ஒரு மார்னிங் ஆப்பம் இல்லையா, அப்போ முட்டை கறி கடலை கறி அங்க மதுரை தான் செத்துவோம். அவனுக்கு பழைய இட்லி தோசை நல்லா அவனுக்கு வாழ்க்கை முடியும். Last week, 1 week, I was in Malaysia and Kuala மீன் பிடிச்சி வந்ததே பெரிய விஷயம். இட்லி ஒருத்த போனதெல்லாம் சாப்பிட முடியல. Now in English, now we are talking about this food in literature. Food வந்து ரொம்ப ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். பாரம்பரிய இல்லையா? ஸோ ஃபுட் இன் லிட்டரேச்சர். ஸோ ஒவ்வொரு கலாச்சாரம் நிறைய இருக்கு. இந்தியாவில வந்து அவ்வளவு கலாச்சாரம் இருக்கு, அவ்வளவு மொழிகள் இருக்கு, அவ்வளவு மதங்கள் இருக்கு. வெள்ளக்காரன் தெரியாது ஒரு மொழி ஒரு எல்லாம் ஒரே அவன் வெள்ளக்கார வெள்ளைய பாருங்க, ஏதோ வியாதி பாருங்கம்மா. நம்ம கண்ணுல வெள்ளைக்காரன் அழகாக இல்லை. அவன் என்ன எப்படி இருக்கா, மாதிரி இருக்கா. அழகுனா அங்க நம்ம தான் அழகு. அவன் என்ன சொல்றான், கருப்பா இருக்க என்ன நீ வெள்ளையா இல்லை கரண்ட் இன்டர்னல் தெரியலையே. ஓ எவ்வளவு இந்தியன்ஸ் ஒரு மாதிரி லுக்கா இருக்கு. அவன் நம்மளை பார்த்து பிகாஸ் இட் இஸ் a problem in English. Beauty lies in the beholder's eye. பார்க்கிற கண்ணுல இருக்கு, கடல் இருக்கு. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி பற்றி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய வேற்றுமை இருக்குது. அதனாலதான் Constitution makers in India now they celebrated a particular slogan now, unity in diversity. பல பேர் நம்மளாம் பிரிஞ்சிருக்கோம், ஆனா என்ன வந்து ஒரு நாடம் தான் இருக்கும். So we must have empathy. We must foster empathy. Number 3, religious students நீங்க கத்துக்க வேண்டியது இந்த social consciousness இருக்குன்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா இதெல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணணும்? You must fight social justice. Number 2, you must cultivate empathy. Number 3, சொல்லிடுவாங்க, we must encourage civic engagement. Civic engagement. I was just telling Bala now. Roads are clean. When you come from one district to another district, அப்படி பார்த்துருங்க. உலகத்தில் சுற்றி வந்திருக்காங்க. மதுரை மாதிரி 4000 ஊர் உலகத்தில் இருக்கு. அப்பெல்லாம் பிரசமான ஊர். காலையில் கிராமம் வாழ்ந்த மதுரை ஒரு கிராமம் தான் மதுரை இருக்கு. for a couple of years. ஏன்னா civic sense சிட்டிக் ஸ்பெக்ஸ்லே கிடையாது. ஓப்பன் யூரினேஷன், ஓப்பன் டெஃபெகேஷன். ஒரு ரோடு ரொம்ப ஒரு விருப்பம் இல்ல. 500 ரூபாய் வாங்கி ஓட்டு போடுறது. அப்பா அம்மா சொல்லணும், காசு வாங்கி என்ன பண்ணாலும் வந்து நீ ஓட்டு போடாத, என் லைஃப் வந்து நான் வந்து நாசமாக வந்து அப்படின்னு பேரண்ட்ஸ்க்கு அட்வைஸ் பண்ணணும் இல்லையா? So civic engagement, actively engaged in communities that promote civic part. நம்ம பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணாம சும்மா அரசியல் பத்தி புத்தகம் சொல்லக்கூடாது. இங்கிலீஷ்ல ஒரு செய்தி சொல்லுவாங்க, you have the leader you deserve. You have the leader you deserve. இந்த லீடர் அந்த லீடர் நம்ம தான் போட்டு எடுத்தோம் வந்து இல்லையா? So civic participation நம்ம இருக்கணும். And number 4, informing citizenship. Collective act enabling individuals or groups make informed decisions. இதை குத்துமதிப்பா முடிவு எடுக்காம informed decision இருக்கணும். Now I come to the second part. Literature மூலமா இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம கல்டிவேட் பண்ண முடியுமா? Can we cultivate these qualities which we sum up in one word, social consciousness through the literature? நீங்க ஒரு 100 பேர் நீங்க இந்த காலேஜ்ல படிக்கிறவங்க, இந்த 100 பேர் போய் சமுதாயத்தை மாற்ற முடியுமா? Okay, can we do that? Can we bring about change in our social consciousness? அதுக்கு முன்னாடி கேள்வி கேட்க, can literature do it? இலக்கியம் படிச்சா இதெல்லாம் நடக்கும் சொல்லி ஒரு டீச்சர் சொல்லியிருப்பாங்கல்ல. நிறைய பிராண்ட் கொடுக்கணும் அந்த கிளாஸ்ல. ஏன்னா எங்க கிளாஸ்ல எங்க டீச்சர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, லிட்டரேச்சர் படிச்சா இதோட இருக்கும் அதோட இருக்கும் அதோட இருக்கும். அதுல ஒண்ணுமே லிட்டரேச்சர் இஸ் நாட் அ மேஜிக் வேன். மந்திரவாதி கையில இருக்க கோல் கிடையாது லிட்டரேச்சர். நம்முடைய willingness to really not only literature but also Bible, பகவத்கீதா எந்த ஒரு மாற்றத்தையும் உருவாக்காது. without the cooperation, without the willingness, without the participation. நம்ம கையில தான் இருக்கு. யாரு கையில இல்ல? லிட்டரேச்சர் கையில கிடையாது. ஷேக்ஸ்பியர் மேல மாத்துறது வேலை அவன் கிடையாது. அவன் எழுத வாழ்வாதாரத்துக்காக பிளேன் எழுதினா போயிட்டாங்க. பயன்படுத்தி அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது. அவர் என்னைக்காவது நோபல் கிடைக்குமான்னு மெட்ராஸ் உட்காந்துட்டு இருக்காரு. நல்ல கிடைச்சாலும் என் கவிதை தான் இங்கிலீஷ்ல வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு. யாராவது நல்ல ஒரு டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர் வரணும், என் கவிதை இங்கிலீஷ்ல பண்ணணும். ஆக்ஸ்போர்ட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி பிரஸ் ஆர் கேம்பிரிட்ஜ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி பிரஸ் ஆர் அமெரிக்கன் யூனிவர்சிட்டி பிரஸ் தான் பப்ளிஷ் அப்பதான் யாரும் இருக்கிற கமிட்டிக்கு தெரியுமா? லோக்கல்ல இருக்கிற பதிப்பகம்ல அதெல்லாம் யூஸ் நம்ம கல்லூரியோட சென்றோம். கல்லூரிகள் சென்றோம் வெள்ளக்கார இந்தியன் நேம் இருந்தாலுமே பேர் சரியில்லை. வந்து ஒரு நாள் நல்லா கிடைச்சாச்சு. தெரிஞ்சாத நேம் ஒரு பேங்க் பாத்தீங்களா? சென்ட் ஜான் வந்து சென்ட் ஜான். அதே வந்து ஏதாவது பேர் பாண்டியமால் மெடிக்கல் பாண்டியமால் ஸ்கூல்ல நல்லா பிகாஸ் யூ டோன்ட் லைக் தட் நேம் இந்தியன் நேம். எல்லாம் வந்து வெள்ளக்காலம் இருக்கும். புல்லு கூட பாருங்க கொதிக்கிற தான் பார்த்துட்டு நல்லா ஸ்கூல்ஸ் காலேஜ் இருக்கலாம். நம்ம ஒரு புல்லு இருக்கா இல்லையா? என்ன புல்லு? அது புல்லு இல்லையா? அது வச்சுட்டு நம்ம கொரியன்கிறா நிக்கணும். பேர் சொல்லி கொடுப்பாங்க. காலேஜே காலேஜ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. நாளைக்கு காலேஜ் பண்ணிட்டான். வீட்டுல இருக்க நாய் மேலே தெரியல. இது முன்பக்கமா பின்பக்கமாவே தெரியல. நாய் இது நாயா புனியான்னு தெரியல. எல்லாம் கோச்சிக்கிறாங்க. நமக்கு நாட்டு வளர்ச்சி நாய் லோக்கல் நாயில அடிச்சா இல்லையா? வந்து colonized like anything. Okay, so can literature do? I tell you, friends, literature cannot without the willing cooperation of literature students. படிக்கிறவங்க நம்ம மட்டும் லிட்டரேச்சர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் வந்து சமுதாயத்தை இதை கிரியேட் பண்ண முடியாது. அதனால்தான் செகண்ட் பார்ட் ஆஃப் மை டாக் இஸ் I introduce a new term, new to most of you in this auditorium, I believe. Traditional study of history, religion, psychology, philosophy, anthropology, sociology, language, linguistics, இதுக்கெல்லாம் சேர்க்கிற காமன் டேர்ம் வந்து ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ். இது பேர் வந்து ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ், ப்ளூரல் ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ். ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ் ஃபார் தி ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ். பிசிக்ஸ், கெமிஸ்ட்ரி அது நேச்சரை பத்தி படிக்கிறது. ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ் பத்தி படிக்கிற சப்ஜெக்ட் பேர் வந்து ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ் அப்படின்னு ஒரு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் ஒரு 2500 வருஷம் ஆகும். The traditional humanities have number of flaws, number of limitations. அதனால now new humanities ஒரு புக் எழுதிட்டு by 19th book published new humanities. அதுல இருந்து ஒரு ஹியூமனிட்டி மட்டும் உங்களுக்கு சொல்றேன். வந்து அதன் மூலமா தான் நீங்க என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? இந்த சோசியல் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் மக்கள்கிட்ட எல்லாத்தையும் சோசியல் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் லிட்டரேச்சர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் மட்டும் இருந்து பிரயோஜனம் கிடையாது. எல்லாருக்கும் நம்ம காலேஜ் இருக்கிற பிசிக்ஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், சயின்ஸ், காமர்ஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் எல்லாத்துக்குமே சோசியல் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் இருக்கணும். சமுதாயத்தின் பார்வை எல்லாருக்குமே இருக்கணும். லிட்டரேச்சர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் மட்டும் இருந்து நம்ம போய் எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணணும்னா we must take humanities to public. இப்ப humanities எங்க இருக்கு? டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்கு. இங்கிலீஷ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்கு, ஹிஸ்டரி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்கு, லிட்டரேச்சர் லாங்குவேஜ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். Now we have to take this humanities from academia to the public, and that is called public humanities. Here is a gap between நம்ம படிக்கிறதுக்கும் சமுதாயத்துக்கும். நம்ம என்ன படிக்கிறோம்? மனிதனை பத்தி படிக்கிறோம். ஆனா இந்த மக்கள் இருக்காங்க. கிளாஸ்ல இருக்கிறது எந்த கிளாஸ்? எந்த கிளாஸ்?
MA second year. MA second எத்தனை பேர் இருக்கீங்க? How many of you? பாத்துக்க கலர் பாத்துருக்கீங்களா? இன்ஜினியரிங் அவ்வளவுதான். ரோக்கு 5 பேரு, 3 ரோக்கு 10 15 பேரு. ஓகே, நீங்க இந்த 15 பேர் தான் இருக்கீங்க வந்து. ஒரு 10 பேர் தேர்ட் இயர் இருக்கீங்க வந்து. நம்ம அவங்களுக்கு பிரிக்க ஓட்டு செய்ய நான் லிஸ்டே படிக்கிறேன். Because லிட்டரேச்சர் இன்ஃபுளுன்ஸ் நீங்க இருப்பாங்க. வெளியே போகாம பாத்துக்கிற செயற்பாடு அடுத்து தெரிஞ்சு கூடாது. லிட்டரேச்சர் இஸ் கன்ஃபைன்ட் இங்கிலீஷ் ஒரு மீனிங் வந்து சிறைபிடிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இலக்கியங்களோ வரலாறுகளோ மொழிகளோ தத்துவங்களோ எதுங்களுக்கு சிறைப்பட்டு இட் இஸ் இம்ப்ரிண்டட், இட் இஸ் கன்ஃபைன்ட் டு தி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். இதை வந்து வெளியில கொண்டு போகணும். டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கமிஷன் கொண்டு ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் வந்து. பட் ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ் ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ் பத்தி படிக்குது. இது வெளித்தர மக்களுக்கு கொண்டு போகணும். We must take humanities from academic institution to public. அதுக்கு பேர் தான் பப்ளிக் ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ். பப்ளிக் நீங்க யூ ஆர் தி பிரிட்ஜ். நம்ம தான் பாலம். எதை எடுக்கிறோம்? டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்லயோ இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்லயோ சமுதாயத்துக்கு கிடைக்கிற ஒரு பாலம் இருக்கணும். லிட்டரேச்சர் must be taken to the street plays, museums, archives, library, public libraries. எந்த மூலமா வந்து டிஸ்கஷன்ஸ், பட்டிமன்றம், வழக்காடு மன்றம் நம்மள நிறைய இருக்கிறது. through which you can take literature to people. கவர்மெண்ட் பஸ்ல டிரைவர் பின்னாடி ஒரு படம் இருக்குமா? என்ன படம்? ஒருத்தர் போட்டோ இருக்கும். பாப்பையா கேள்விப்பட்டீங்களா? அமெரிக்காவில் இருக்கிற தமிழ் துறையில அவர் சொன்னாரு, 2 கிழமையில படத்துல பேசிக்கலாம். எல்லா பஸ்லயும் அந்த படம் இருக்கு. யார் படம்? திருவள்ளுவர் படம் இருக்கு. எல்லா பஸ்லயும் இருக்கு. இந்த 2 கிழமை ஓனர் இருக்கிறார். இவ்வளவு அனுபவிச்சிருக்கான். ஆனா ஏன் நீ ஜாலியா வந்துருக்கா அந்த மனுஷன் அப்படின்னு 2 கிழமையில இருந்து பேசிக்கிட்டோம். நம்ம என்ன பண்ணிருக்கோம்? திருவள்ளுவர் தெய்வ புலவர் உதவ யார் பேசிட்டே இருக்கிறது? தமிழ் துறை இருக்கிறவர். அவன் நம்ம காட்டு போட்டோம். நம்மளால இங்கிலீஷ் மொழி பேசிக்கிட்ட ஒரு மரியாதை இருக்கு. தமிழ் துறைக்கு அடுத்த மரியாதை இருக்கு. இப்படியே பேசிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறது. நம்ம ஊர் மக்களுக்கே திருவிழா யாரும் தெரியல. ஒரு பொதுவான திருவிழா நம்ம ஊருக்கு யாரும் தெரியல. யூ ஹேவ் டு டேக் திருவள்ளுவர் பேக் பீப்பிள். அட்லீஸ்ட் இங்க திருவள்ளுவர் சிலை இருக்கு. வேணும், இந்த மாதிரி சிலையெல்லாம் வேணும். வந்து நீங்க சென்னைக்கு போனீங்கன்னா இப்ப இருக்க சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் அப்பாவுக்கு ஏதோ டிஜிட்டல் மதுரைக்கு வந்தீங்கன்னா கலைஞர் நூற்றாண்டுல உள்ள போனீங்கன்னா கலைஞர் நம்ம பேசுற மாதிரி ஆடுது. ஏன் திருவள்ளுவர் கீழே? ஏன் கம்பர் வைக்கல? எத்தனை நாளைக்கு மோகத்தில் கூட வச்சுட்டே பண்ணி வந்து கேட்டா ரெவென்யூ மாடல் கவர்னன்ஸ் சொல்றேன். தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் ப்ரமோட் அவர் ஓன் ரைட். எத்தனை பேருக்கு தெரியும்? You must be proud of the fact that Kanyakumari has given one of the some classic writers. இந்த மாவட்டத்தை சேர்ந்தவங்க சொல்றாங்க. நிறைய கிராஜுவேட்ஸ் வந்து, ஆனா அவங்க பெரிய மூலையில பிள்ளைகள் வச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு சிலையை வச்சுட்டாங்க. We have to take literature back to society. Literature is not my property. Literature is not property of the department. Literature is not property of studying. Literature is the property of the people. இந்த மொழியை பேசுறாங்க இல்லையா தமிழ் மக்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் தமிழ் எழுதிட்டோம். ஆனா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணிக்கிறோம்? ஒரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் வச்சு கூட்டிக்கிட்டோம். So you have to take back literature to public humanities. I give you 6 points I completed. Number 1, it should not be confined to academic institutions. Literature, study of literature should not be confined to the academic institutions, but actively contribute to public discourses. மக்கள் தமிழ் பேசினா தமிழ் இலக்கியம் பற்றி பேசணும். அடுத்தவங்க எல்லாருமே whether you are studying physics or chemistry or engineering or medicine, immaterial. Now you must be discussing literature in general in whatever language that you know. So study of literature must contribute to discourses, citizenship, civic responsibility. Road cleaner இருக்கணும், in cleaner இதெல்லாம் literature எல்லாம் social value. இது literature மூலமா சொல்லிக்கணும். It must go to people because it has got a role in literature has a role in shaping our civic life. Participation. Point number 1. இது literature மட்டும் கிடையாது, everybody's property. Number 1. Number 2, as I told you, public humanities is an activist practice. We are all activists. We are all
activists. Not only 20 people, not only 90 people of an institution, the whole public must be activists. And the activist attitude is, that they will through literature. Only when literature is taken to these places, and we must be engaged in resistance. Contemporary literature. Resistance, resist பண்ண சில விஷயங்களை resist பண்ணிதான் யோகா டவுரி டவுரி கேட்டா அவன் கல்யாணம் முடிச்சுக்க மாட்டேன். கல்யாணம் பண்ணி நிறைய காரியங்கள் இருக்கு. சில 100 பவுன் இல்லாதவங்க அவங்க பிள்ளை கட்டிக்க முடியாது இல்லையா? மோஸ்ட் லிட்டரேச்சர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் இந்தியாவிலும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மோஸ்ட் லிட்டரேட் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட். பட் இங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா டவுரி பிக் இஷ்யூ. ஆசிட் அட்டாக் அனதர் பிக் இஷ்யூ. லாஸ்ட் டைம் இருக்கும்போது ஒரு தேவஸ் கேஸ் மற்றபடி என்ன சொல்றேன், நான் வந்து எம்ஏ இங்கிலீஷ் முடிச்சிருக்கேன், நான் ரிசர்ச் பண்ண ஆசைப்படுறேன், இதை ஜெயிக்க போட்டாரு. சரி தெரிஞ்சு படிச்சது எம்ஏ இங்கிலீஷ் லிட்டரேச்சர் ஒன்னது காரணம் என்ன, வீட்டுல எந்த ஒரு மாப்பிள்ள பாக்குறாங்க, நாளைக்கு என்னைக்கு இருந்தாலும் ஒரு பொட்டன்ஷியல் எனிமே இவன் இந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல காட்டி கொடுப்போம். So the society must be and have activist attitude and engage communities. Number one is resistance. சில விஷயங்களை நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும், ரெசிஸ்ட் பண்ணணும். நம்ம வந்து அதை we must say boldly no. அதை பற்றி அப்பனா இருந்தாலும் சரி, சர்ச்சா இருந்தாலும் சரி, பைபிளா இருந்தாலும் சரி, whatever the institution that we say no. ஏன்னா இது வந்து against God, against evil, against கடவுளுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்ட், மனுஷனுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்ட் என்னதோ இருப்பாருன்னா இதுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்ட் தான் வந்து கடவுளுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்ட் தான். So we must say big no. So we must resist. Resist மட்டும் பார்த்தாது, we must advocate. Resist பண்ண மட்டும் பார்த்தாது, அதுக்கு வேற என்ன பண்ணணும், advocate. We must advocate. Okay, we must revise. வரலாறு தான் சொல்றது. பட் I will be engaging myself in historical revisionism. நான் ரிவைஸ் பண்ணுவேன். வரலாறு இருந்தப்பட யாரால வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா, வரலாறு is written by வரலாறு இருப்பாங்க. So we have the right to revise history. Number 2. Number 3 or seen as a tool. Literature is seen as a tool. Tool for what? Solving problems. வாழ்க்கையில ப்ராப்ளம் சால்வ் பண்றதுக்கு இலக்கியம் உதவாட்டி அந்த இலக்கியம் தேவை, அது இலக்கியம் கிடையாது. Literature must be seen as a tool to solve problem. What continuing இன்னொரு பேசுற ஜூலிஸ் இல்ல, அது மட்டும் கத்துக்கிற கூடாது. வந்து அந்த ஆண்டு சமுதாயத்துல நீங்க பேசி என்ன பண்ணணும், வந்து கூடக்குள்ள பிரச்சனையை சால்வ் பண்ணணும். இதுக்கு நம்ம வாழ்க்கை நிறைய லிட்டரேச்சர் இஸ் சீன் as a tool for solving problem. Gender issues நிறைய படிச்சோம், நிறைய நம்ம வளர்த்தோம், நிறைய பிரச்சனைகள் இருக்கு. டெய்லி பேப்பர்ல வந்து சின்ன பிள்ளைல வந்து எழுத வச்சு கேரட் எடுத்துனா அப்படி இல்லாத நியூஸ் இல்லாத பேப்பரே கிடையாது, இல்லாத நாளே கிடையாது. ஒரு பெர்வெர்டட் சொசைட்டி. எங்க சம்திங் இஸ் ராங், ரூல் போட்டு லா போட்டு நிறுத்தவே முடியாது. சம்திங் யூ ஹேவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட் ஃப்ரம் தி ஸ்கிராட்ச். நம்ம சிஸ்டத்துல ஏதோ பெரிய ஒரு கோளாறு இருக்கு. therefore so not only problem solving problem but also social innovation. சமுதாயத்துல புதுசா வரணும்னா literature must be used as a tool. Literature tool for not only solving problems but also creating social innovation and community engagement. As a community எல்லாருமே engage ஆகணும். And number 4, imagine if knowledge is clear. Knowledge cannot be produced exclusively by the literature people alone, scholars alone. நம்ம லிட்டரேச்சர்ல மட்டும் அந்த ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் நாலேஜ் உருவாக்குற எந்த பிரயோஜனம் கிடையாது. We must do it in collaborate other people. Literary knowledge must be created in collaborate. அவன் என்ன நினைக்கிறான், நம்ம அதை கவலைப்படுறதே இல்லை. பேரண்ட்ஸ் என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்க, கவலைப்படுறதே கிடையாது. Parents have put you in literature class. What do your parents think about literature education? PTA வரும்போது பேரண்ட்ஸ் வரும்போது நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க, இந்த கவலை பத்தி என்ன நினைக்கிற மாட்டேன் கேட்காம லிட்டரேச்சர் பத்தி என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க, பிசிக்ஸை பத்தி என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க, அவங்க எல்லாம் தெரியாது, நம்ம அது கேட்கறதே கிடையாது. So we need to engage other stakeholders when we think about the knowledge that we are producing. நான் ஒரு ஆர்டிகல் பார்த்தது, நான் 4 பேருக்கு பேசி ஆகணும். When I was returning from Trichy airport to early morning, in the back end of it, I was engaging a conversation with the 3 faculty members from City Conference in Madurai. I was talking about this very particular theme. The point is இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்க்காக தான் நான் ஒரு வீடியோ பண்றேன். சொல்ல நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? லிட்டரேச்சர் கேன் சேஞ்ச் சொசைட்டியா? 3 வரைக்கும் யூஜிசி பேர் ஃபேக்கல்டி ஆமா சார். லிட்டரேச்சரால வெளியே யாரும் எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது. ஏன்னா நம்மளே பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க சார். இதுதான் யதார்த்தம். டெக்னாலஜி இப்ப நம்ம ஏஐ பத்தி பேசிட்டுமா இல்லையா? சொன்னாங்க new course next year AI. AI is very very useful for research, also for your research, for your study. நான் சொன்ன அவசியம் கிடையாது. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் AI உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் வந்து using technology. Technology shapes accessibility. Dissemination, accessibility. Access. அது சேர்த்து தேவை இருக்கு. And dissemination. நமக்கு தெரிய வச்சிருந்த உலகத்துல சொல்றதுக்கு technology is used as a tool for dissemination of humanities knowledge. Another 10 years humanity, all departments will be wound up. Using the data, waste of time. எதுக்கு உள்ள மக்கள் எதுக்கு உள்ள கேம்பஸ் என்ன சொல்றாங்க? ஆன்லைன்ல நமக்கு பேண்டமிக் தெரிய போச்சு இல்லையா? உங்களுக்கு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஆன்லைன் எடுக்காம ஆன்லைன் போகுது. ஆன்லைன் போதும், அசைன்மெண்ட் ஆன்லைன் போதும். என்ன உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். So, படிக்கிறதுக்கு ஹிஸ்டரி படிக்கிறதுக்கு சைக்காலஜி எதுக்கு வந்து டீச்சர் now record lecture and then put it on YouTube. Lots of students will listen and then understand. எதுக்கு ஒரு டீச்சர் ஒரு லெக்சர் அப்புறம் single class போடுறாங்க. And the same lecture next year also. இது ஒரு you get your quality lecture, audio tape or video tape on YouTube. Student can listen to your lecture as many times as they want. As many times as they want you to understand. On a class, golden words uttered only one. Teacher, நீங்க சொன்னீங்க நான் சார் திருப்பி சொல்லுங்க. அதெல்லாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏன் சொல்ல முடியாது? உனக்காக திருப்பி டிபேட் பண்ண முடியாதுமா? இல்ல சொல்லுங்க. சொல்ல முடியாது இல்ல. எனக்கு எனக்கே தெரியல என்ன சொன்னேன். Online education, medical education. During the pandemic, one of my old students, her daughter, she was doing MBA. Another girl was doing PhD. One of the years they were doing medicine only online. Online பல்ல கொடுக்கிறதே ஆன்லைன்ல கத்துக்கும் போது சார்ட் போய் எப்படி பார்க்க ஆன்லைன் கத்துக்கும் போது. So friends, I tell you, before you retire from your life from this world, நம்ம ஹியூமனிட்டிஸ் என்ன ஆன்லைன் போடுறப்ப நல்லது. Anyone can join. It's not about ஆன்லைன் எஜுகேஷன்ல நீங்களும் உங்க பாப்பாவும் உங்க பையனுக்கு வந்து ஒன்னா பயிரலாம் எக்ஸசைஸ் கேட்கலாம். So technology enables literature to be taken to public. எந்த மாடியூல் ஃபெமினிசம் அந்த மாடியூல் சேர்த்துக்கோ. நம்மளோட யூனிவர்சிட்டிஸ் now online program only for 3 weeks, 5 weeks. Now IIT is offering 1 week program on memory studies. இதுக்காக நான் 1992 I spent 92, 93, 94. I spent 2 years going to Hyderabad to do my postgraduate diploma in teaching of English, especially in foreign languages. Now, one of my students is working in WCC, has never seen it. The phone has you can take as many online courses as possible offered by American universities. And the facilities are there. So technology can enable literature to be taken to public. Last one is public humanities focus on memory. Memory is very very important. I think you go for that accreditation. If not now, after 2 or 3 years, you go for that accreditation. And the documentation is very important. Meeting is very important. So everything must be documented to show that these are the things we have been doing for the past 5 years. Now, 9 years actually, endorsements last 5 year achievement. So, Anthony's College of Arts and Science, the sisters is difficult. I helped them 6 years ago. I started helping them for that, and we have went for accreditation. They got A grade. I said, having become a A grade college now, you cannot be an affiliated college. You must stay by university. Because the affiliation system is afflicting. We must become autonomous institution. We must decide what must be offered. We must decide what must be taught. We must say how must be assessed. The freedom, academic freedom of youth. So what I am saying is that
Memory is very, very important. From now, 20 years, from now, 30 years, you will recall. On 6th February, 6 months, 2025, I attended internet conference. One article from American College, Madurai, and he spoke all these things. I have been recall. Memory is very, very important, but memory is constructed. Memory is not given. Memory is constructed. நீங்க நடந்த நிகழ்வுல 10 வருஷம் கழிச்சு ரீகால் பண்ணும்போது நீங்களே கொஞ்சம் சார் சேர்த்துக்கிறீங்க. You cannot recall what exactly happened today கொஞ்சம் சேர்த்துக்கிறீங்க. அப்புறம் பக்கத்துல பார்க்க சொல்லுவாரு ஒரு இடத்துல இல்ல அவர் அப்படி சொல்ல அப்படி சொல்ல அஞ்சு சேர்த்துக்குவோம். இப்போ ஒரு இது வந்து தெரியல ஸ்டோரி டெல்லிங் ஒரு ஜான வந்திருக்கீங்க தெரியுங்க. ஸ்டோரி டெல்லிங், டிஜிட்டல் ஸ்டோரி டெல்லிங், கதை சொல்லி கதை சொல்றது. இதெல்லாம் பார்த்து இப்ப ஸ்டோரி டெல்லிங் as genre, storytelling is one method of taking literature to public. லிட்டரேச்சர் பத்தி பேசுறது சொல்லாம கதையின் மூலமா சொல்றது. நான் வீடியோ இந்த மாதிரி கதையை மக்களுக்கு சொல்லுங்க. லிட்டரேச்சர் பத்தி சொல்லாம ஒரு கதையை சொல்லுங்க. கதை சொல்றது மூலமா you can take literature back to yourself. So how memory is constructed, how memory is contested. நான் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்றேன், பக்கத்துல இருக்க சொல்றேன், நான் தான் செஞ்சா அட்டன் பண்றேன், நீ சொல்ற கொஞ்சம் சர்ச் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கீங்க. So your memory is contested. You are constructing memory, your memory is contested, and your memory is also shaped. Your memory is shaped by power dynamics. நீ கதை சொல்லும்போது ஒரு பொசிஷன்ல கிராஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஹெச்ஓடி சொன்னா நீ என்ன சொல்றது, செக்ரட்டரி சொல்லிட்டாங்க நீ என்ன சொல்றது. பிகாஸ் செக்ரட்டரி சொல்றது பெரிய இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கிடையாது. ஆனா செக்ரட்டரி ஒரு பொசிஷன் பாத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க நம்ம மனம் கேட்காது. பவர் டைனமிக்ஸ், யாரு கையில பவர் இருக்கோ அவங்க சொன்னா என்ன பண்ணணும், கொஞ்சம் சத்தமா கேள்வி. So memory is not only constructed, it is also contested, and it is also shaped by power dynamics. So friends, keep these points in your mind and see that we are influenced by so many factors. I told you, economic factors, social factors, and above all, political factors. Avoid பண்ணவே முடியாது. So single takeaway from today's keynote address is keep literature with you. Take literature to your neighbors, to your family, to your community, not as a text, but as a discourse. பேசுறது. நீங்க படிச்ச விஷயத்துல டெய்லி பேசுங்க. அப்பா அம்மா சொல்லுங்க, மற்றவங்களுக்கு சொல்லுங்க. இவ்வளவு விஷயம் காரணம் ஒரு 10 நாளைக்கு சேர்வாகும். You become brand ambassador. Suppose அடுத்த வருஷம் அட்மிஷன் வந்து லிட்டரேச்சர் கம்மியா இருந்தா நீங்க தான் காரணம். நீங்க போய் கண்ணா So you tell about the literary experience with other people. So one method, storytelling. Story மூலமா வந்து you can create awareness about literary knowledge among common people. You can create interest, and they will tell you the story யார் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னது. Then you say Shakespeare சொல்லுவோம், அந்த என்ன இருக்காது இருக்கு சொல்றதுல அந்த மத்த கதை. Take literature informally to society for people. இதெல்லாம் தேவையா டீ கடையில? Because you are the literate society. டீ கடையில பேப்பர்ல டீ கடைக்கு கிடையாது. எல்லாருமே லிட்டரேட் பீப்புள் தான் வந்து. பட் இலக்கியத்தை பத்தி தெரியுமா? டேக் இட். கோ டு மலையாளம், கோ டு கேரளா. நான் சொல்ற 10-20 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு டீ கடையில வந்து சாதாரண மேகசின்ல எதிர்காலம் பத்தி மலையாளம் காரணம். I am talking about it Derrida only to my MPhil or what my MPhil scholar PhD. அப்புறம் வந்து 20 வருஷம் முன்னாடி இன்க்ளூட் then introduce Derrida. ஆனா 20 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி டெரிடா பத்தி மலையாளத்துல ஒரு மேகசின் நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுல கனையாடி. நம்ம லிட்ரேசி லெவல் ரெண்டு இருக்கு. லிட்ரேசி லிட்டரரி. நான் சொல்றது லிட்டரரியே வந்து Kanyakumari is not for literacy, but you take literary knowledge to people through at least one method called storytelling, so that you all become a dissemination of literary knowledge with the public. Thank you very much for your patient audience. And if you have any questions, you are welcome.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful talk. Joy is the simplest form of gratitude. Now I invite Dr. Teresa, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Dear esteemed guests, dignitaries, and participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for making this inaugural session of our one-day hybrid international conference a resounding success. We are deeply grateful to our head of the department, Dr. Sister Preshiba, for delivering a warm and inspiring welcome address that set the tone for our conference. Our sincere appreciation goes to our principal, Dr. Mary Georgis, who delivered a thought-provoking presidential address that highlighted the significance of this conference. We are thankful to Reverend Sister Jessie for her felicitation address, which added a touch of warmth and spirituality to our gathering. A special thank you to our keynote speaker, Dr. J. John Sager, for delivering a stimulating and insightful address that sparked interesting discussions and debate. We appreciate the insightful advice which will undoubtedly benefit our attendees, sir. Thank you for sparing time and enlightening the participants. We are honored to have had the presence of Dr. S. Balakrishnan, publisher, and other distinguished members of the Bodhi International Journal and St. Teresa College who have supported and guided us throughout this conference. To our participants, we thank you for your active engagement and enthusiastic participation, which has made this conference a truly enriching experience. Last but not least, we would like to express our gratitude to our organizing committee members, volunteers, and staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this conference. Thank you once again, and we look forward to a productive and engaging conference ahead. Thank you. Dear participants, we have come to an end of the first session. Let's break for a tea. To the participants of our college, students, you are requested to be seated. The tea will provide it to you in your respective places because the next session will begin shortly.
Hello, am I audible? சார் எது மீட்டிங்கா? வேற வழி இல்லையே.
கதைக்க போறீங்களா?
யார் வரப்போறாமா?
வித்யா மிஸ்
எப்ப?
நடிக்கிறாங்க.
அவங்க வரட்டும், அப்ப நான் எங்கிட்ட போய்க்கிறேன். நோ நோ, லெட் them come.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your voice is audible, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
I am Ranjan Kumar Behera, research scholar, sir, from Odisha.
Glad to see you. I'm
Thank
Dr.
you.
from Sri Lanka.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. God bless
How are
you.
you, sir? How are you, sir?
I am fine, I'm fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, when actually, sir, it was started, the online paper presentation?
Have they started?
Okay, okay, sir.
I'm not sure.
Okay, sir.
I am in Sri Lanka. The program is happening in Tamil Nadu.
Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah.
I, exactly, sir, when it was started?
I don't know. You may have to ask the organizers.
Okay, okay,
Since
sir.
I'm just an invited guest.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Still பேசணும்ல? ஆமா. பேச வேண்டியது மைக். Students, you okay?
Hello.
Now we are moving to the plenary session one. I invite Dr. Sister Prashiva, Assistant Professor and Head of Department of English, to chair the session.
Am I audible? Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible? Professor John Shekhar sir is there. Okay. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Sir,
Hello,
yes,
sir.
1 second. Actually, we are connecting audio. 1 second.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes. சார் நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதா உங்களுக்கு?
Oh, கேக்குது, sir. Are you able to hear me?
கொஞ்சம் சவுண்ட் நீங்க ஆடியோ ஆன் பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா?
Yeah. Is my sound not enough?
நீங்க பேசுறது எனக்கு கேட்கல.
இப்ப கேக்
1 செகண்ட் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ஃபுல் ஆன்ல இருக்கு. ஆன்ல தான் இருக்கு.
Now it's okay? Can you hear me? Hello?
இல்ல நீங்க பேச கேட்கல கொஞ்சம் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க.
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
நீங்க கேட்கல பாத்தீங்களா? ஸ்பீக்கர்ல கேட்கல பாருங்க. நான் என் கோயில கனெக்ட் பண்றேன்.
Sir, name Dr.
Yeah, it seems online participants are able to hear me. That's the message I get. Yeah? Hello?
இப்ப பேசுங்க. பேசுங்க. நீங்க வாசிக்கலாம்.
Hello?
We are about to begin the session now.
Yeah, can you hear me, sir? Am I audible?
Chair the session.
அவங்க பேச கேக்குதா உங்களுக்கு?
Oh, நீங்க பேசுறது கேக்குது.
பட் அவங்க பேச கேட்கலையா?
நீங்க பேச கேக்குது, நான் பேசுறது ஆன்லைன் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருக்கும்
ஓகே,
கேக்குது.
ஆன்லைன் எஸ் எஸ் யூ ஆர் கரெக்ட். நீங்க ஆன்லைன்ல பேசுறது கேக்குது, இங்க ஆடியோ தான் ப்ராப்ளமா இருக்கு. ஒன் செகண்ட் லைன்ல இருக்குல்ல, ஒன் செகண்ட் லைன்ல இருங்க.
ஓகே சார், ஓகே சார்.
இது சார் சரி. இங்க இங்க உள்ள அந்த ஆடியோ அவுட்புட் வந்து சரியா கனெக்ட் ஆகாம இருக்கு.
அந்த ஹெட்செட் சொருகுற இடத்துல ஆடியோ
எஸ் கரெக்ட், யூ ஆர் கரெக்ட். ஒன் செகண்ட். ஓகே வாச்சா ஆயிடுச்சா?
ஹலோ,
ஒன் செகண்ட். Sister.
Yeah, am I still audible? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. We are beginning the plenary session 1. I would like to welcome all of you, and especially I would like to welcome Dr. J.S. Rogan Sabarimuthu, Head Department of Information Technology and Senior Lecturer in English, Department of Languages and Communication Studies, Trincomalee campus of the Eastern University, Sri Lanka, for this hybrid Bodhi International Conference on the beacon of literature shaping social consciousness and change. Now, I hand over the session to Dr. Rogan Sabarimuthu. Please, sir.
Thank you for your warm introduction, sister. My dear and most respected Professor J. John Shaker, my guru, and my friend, the CEO and the editor of Bodhi International Journal, Dr. Bala, my dear principal of the college and head of the Department of English. Good afternoon from Sri Lanka. Only if a philosopher uses examples to preach his ideas, he deserves our respect, claims Nietzsche. This claim of Nietzsche has to be given a very serious consideration. Now, Albert Camus claims in his book, The Myth of Sisyphus and other essays, that he has never seen anyone die for an ontological argument. He gives an example that even Galileo, who held a scientific truth of great importance, abjured it with the greatest ease as soon as it endangered his life. Camus claims that, in certain sense, Galileo did right. The truth was not worth the stake. Whether the earth or the sun revolves around the other is a matter of profound indifference. To tell the truth, it is a futile question. When the case is so, the title chosen for this Bodhi International Conference, the Beacon of Literature, is of profound importance. Moreover, the title, which is imbibed with a silent question, also is provided with a subtle suggestion as a subtitle, shaping social consciousness and change, which is a vital pointer towards the major theme that has been talked about many thinkers, including people like Ken Wilber since the year 2000 with the publication of his book, A Theory of Everything. Now, there are many literatures and many isms, but what is the red thread or the central axis that would be the pinnacle or the beacon of this field called literature is the question that lies in front of us. Now, most of us are aware that literature is a mirror to life, but then the mirror also reflects evil things or the negatives in life as much as the positives. And this is the most important, vital one. Since then, it is true to life. So please do not think that literature has to be always positive or talking about goody-goody things. But if it has to be true to life, it has to talk about the other side of the life also. Most of you might think that the Bible is composed of only good things. But in fact, it is not so. For example, the Bible records of breaking the incest barrier. That is, that is the natural prohibition, as Jacques Derrida calls it, by Lot and his daughters, after they flee to Zoar and then to the cave in the hills. Now, the incident is available in Genesis chapter 19, maybe from verse number 30 onwards. Or the incident of God's chosen people entering into prostitution under many circumstances is also portrayed. Now, these things are not projected in the Bible to encourage its readers or believers to walk into the path of darkness, but as a signpost of warning. In the same sense, even literatures that project negative capabilities are also signposts of warning for the readers in not to slide down the ruin and ruin their life. Therefore, all literatures, whether good or bad, whether they feed your instincts or your sublime or your profane or etc., are all of equal importance. Shakespeare is still valid, so is Chaucer. And even though we had external developments in the field of sciences, we as human beings are no different from our predecessors. Since the inception of time, repeating the same mistakes and sometimes with greater velocity. In that sense, Beowulf is also still valid. Literatures in all cultures and in all languages are valid and important, since there was a need for the production of a certain text in that certain point of history, in time. And that need, that is the need of each and every human being, is the same and has never changed and will never change down the history due to our human nature, since to err is human. So literature is not only a record of past events or thoughts in palpable manner addressing the senses, but also very futuristic in its projection. Now, as T.S. Eliot always has been insisting that the past is important to understand and evaluate the present, so as to foresee the future. Now, at this juncture, when we are at the brink of World War III, where NATO and its allies are gearing up against Russia, or the Semitic and the anti-Semitic tendencies are gearing against each other, life sustenance, life furtherance on this planet Earth has been put to a question. And it is at this point literature begins to be one of the reference points for humanity. Now, at this juncture, when AI is taking over, I will just tell you a very small incident, because your conference organizer has asked me to cut short my speech. Now, I happened to go to the Gold Literary Festival 2025 in Sri Lanka, which is an epitome of international literary festival, very important in the international zone. And I was able to meet a lot of writers from around the world, writers from UK, from USA, even diaspora writers. And I was in a constant conversation with many writers and many people, friends, students. Once I happened to sit next to a young lady from Great Britain, a European, and she introduced herself as a ghost writer to me. Now, at first I thought she was writing horror fiction, but then later she took so much of pain to explain to me that she was writing novels on a contract for a company under the name of a famous writer. So she was explaining to me that there are very famous writers who are employing others to write for them. And then I understood why AI, artificial intelligence, is being employed into the production of a text. So, my dear students of literature, even though we view at literature as a beacon that shapes the social consciousness, that preserves the social consciousness, and that shows the light to future, remember that these all are also controlled and interplayed by the publishers, by the market economy. So with regard to reading literature, understanding literature, I would plead you to read books which are written by people and not published by very famous publishing houses. Because you will feel the life of a culture near you when you do that. So let me wish you a best of luck, and let's hope that literature as a lighthouse shows its beacon and will shape your future in a better sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rogan Savarimuthu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful talk. The next resource person for the session is Dr. Prasenjit Pata, Associate Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Sir, please.
கேட்கவே இல்லை சார், கேட்கல. Brother, my voice is audible?
Yes, you're quite audible. Nice to see you. Good morning.
Morning. So please
Thank you.
proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. It's a wonderful topic which we are discussing, and I also heard the previous lecture. It was a wonderful arguments the honorable resource person has given. So I will continue with this, and I hope that the students who are sitting here and it will be very helpful for them to understand the contemporary scenario of literature and how the literature is unraveling the inherent contradictions in this postmodern or the post-truth age, right? So now, my topic is the cultural anxiety and the politics of narratives in the post-truth, in the age of post-truth. So, when we talk about this post-truth, when we talk about the politics of the narratives, cultural anxiety, these terms are not so, not so a kind of a new thing for us, because every time we are acquainted with this kind of terms, right? The cultural anxiety, the politics of narratives, and obviously the post-truth. Now, the age we are living in, I could find that the students are sitting here. Obviously, they must be from the literature background, so they must be knowing this fact that we are living in the age of the postmodernism, right? And when you talk about the postmodernism, you cannot keep aside the influence of capitalism. Not only the capitalism, but also the how capitalism is shaping our consciousness, social interaction, and artistic expression. As I told you, that why the politics of narrative. I mean, no narrative, no work, no literary work is ever, detached from the influence of the capitalism, the capitalist. because each and everything is a kind of a, merely as a production. The previously, the resource person says that, the ghostwriting, about the ghostwriting, about, she was writing somebody else's, on behalf of somebody else's. So this literature becomes a kind of a production. The more the value of the production will be, dependent on not of its artistic expression, not of its artistic or aesthetic sense. Rather, it is decided by how many books have been sold in the Amazon or the Flipkart or probably the other online platforms. So this is how nowadays the literature has been, doing, has been, practiced in this contemporary age. So that is, and that because of that, we are suffering from this cultural anxiety, this cultural shock. I mean, when you talk about the diaspora, when you talk about the post-colonialism, cultural shock is evident. It's very much right. In a diaspora, you cannot, you fail to assimilate with the other culture. So you feel cultural shock. In a post-colonialism, there is a cultural shock. But now we are free. Now we don't have the, the English people are, ruling us. We are living in a free country, emancipated. We are free soul. But then why this cultural anxiety is happening? Because this cultural anxiety is given by the capitalism, which you cannot see it. They work in such a, very subtle way. They were posing or creating some ideologies, and those ideologies are so true. So, they are making themselves invisible, and that makes a kind of a to differentiate between the real and the real. I mean, obviously, you are all having the Instagram IDs, so you all make the reels. So it is very difficult for us. So what is the definition of the real? Or is this the real of this Instagram or the Facebook or some Twitter or some other Snapchat or the TikTok? Are they real, or the life we are living in this age, that is real? So we fail to distinguish between the real and the real. And who is responsible for that? Obviously, the capitalism is responsible for that. And now that is why we are suffering from the cultural anxiety each and every time. And obviously, this literature is not why I told you that politics of the narratives, because the literature is working not as an aesthetically. It's not for an entertainment nowadays. It is written for what? It's a narrative. It's a political narrative. Narrative in the sense, it is again influenced by the capitalist greed, capitalist propaganda, and this is how they shape the individual consciousness. They shape the social interaction. They shape the relationship between men and women, or the man and woman and woman. And also they control the artistic expression. So that is why the this as a totalizing.
Sorry, இது வந்து mute live வச்சு.
Am I audible? Okay, probably I got some glitches. Am I audible out there? Am I audible out there? Am I audible? Can anybody say that, okay, you are audible?
Sir, quite audible.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. There was a glitches from outside, so that's why I stopped. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So this, as a totalizing ideological force, the capitalism does merely, dictate economic condition, but also infiltrate the deepest recesses of human emotions and identity. So they also control our emotions. They will also control our identity. So Slavoj Žižek, Žižek was a wonderful man, wonderful critic nowadays. Critic of the ideology, reveals how capitalism sustains itself by fostering discontent, while simultaneously positioning itself as the only viable means of achieving fulfillment. So the capitalism, they create a kind of a makeshift desire for us, and we are always suffering from the commodity fetishism. And that's why we are always going for those desires. And when we buy those things, this money will be going to the capitalist pockets. So this is they were, and what they do, the capitalist is always giving us the means of happiness. They never give us happiness. They never gives us money. But they show us that you just go to this world this way and you can find the happiness. And how do we find the happiness? We actually buy the material goods. We buy the productions, and the production, the materials one. As for example, the clothes, as for example, those Mintra, those other shopping, the platform. So we buy those things and we get our happiness. So the paradox of contemporary existence lies in the perpetual pursuit of happiness through the capitalist structure. So the consumerism, digital engagement, self-optimizations, these are the mechanisms which capitalists actually give us. They forces us to create a kind of a happiness. Now, at the central objective or the argument of my paper is that the superego injunction of to enjoy, so which actually gives the individual into an endless search for for happiness and the fulfillment. So the capitalism positions itself as an ultimate provider of enjoyment, offering commodities, entertainment, and experiences as a means of personal satisfactions. So the capitalisms are giving you the means of happiness and the means of entertainment. For an example, the OTT platforms. You can find the enjoyment, you can find the entertainment, but for that matter, you have to pay. You have to pay certain money to the OTT platforms. You will be thinking that, okay, you are watching the movie and you are happy. But for the happiness, you have to buy the happiness by giving money to the capitalist. So we don't care for those other things. We are always, confined into that market policy. So, however, this search is inherently paradoxical. The more one seeks happiness through the capitalist means, the more he actually alienated and dissatisfied they become. So the more and more you search for the happiness, the more and more you alienate it for yourself. And that is why I told you that this is the age of the post-truth. The truth has never been there. Truth is already institutionalized. Truth is something like been created. The universal truth, the beauty is truth, and the truth is beauty. That is all we need to know. That's Keatsian and the truth. Asatam Sivam Sundaram by this is the from the Upanishad. So this unity, this truth you cannot find in the reality. So which kind of truth we can find, my dear? This truth is controlled by the capitalist ideology, which is invisible. The happiness we are taking care of, that happiness will not be fulfilled. You will never be fulfilling that happiness. You will never be achieving that happiness. Rather, you will be always in a search. That is the politics of this capitalist ideologies. The cycle is not accidental, but rather a structural necessity for capitalism's survival. So this is how the capitalist actually works. So the capitalism, they actually keep you on a loop. Obviously, they imprison us locked in a continuous consumption of an existential frustration by ensuring that the object of desire are permanently unattainable. So they show you dreams, but they've never been fulfilled. So you will always be remaining as a continuous search, as a continuous kind of a journey for those happiness. But the capitalists also will make you sure of this fact that they will not be fulfilled, not be unattainable, not be attainable. They will be unattainable. So we, the human beings, the common people, what we will do? We'll continue our searching. We'll be continuing our search. Is it okay? And the more we continue with the search, the more we will be fall into the prey of the capitalist ideologies. And this is how we work. And this is how we cannot understand that what is real and what is real, what is truth and what is lie. So we are living in the world of simulacra. We are living in the world of Chat GPT. We are living in the world of Gemini. We are living in the world of AI, artificial intelligence, where the truth, to find out truth, it's very, very tough. So, who are making it? Sometimes Elon Musk is doing, sometimes Sundar Pichai is doing, the Google is doing, sometimes, Mark Zuckerberg is doing. So they are all capitalists. They're all capitalists. So nowadays the system has been changed. So this is kind of the dynamics of the capitalism. They always create a kind of a psychological landscape in which the individuals attempting to escaping from this feeling of inadequacy immerse themselves into that very loop. Even though they wanted to come out of the loop, they understand that. I need to discard this capitalism, but they cannot discard this capitalism. Rather, they fall into prey with this capitalism, and they started doing this. So rather than elevating an anxiety, so this is how the anxiety comes into the factor. So, this anxiety, this cultural anxiety, this shock is not a new thing. We always be finding this truth, always finding this cultural anxiety. But even if we try our level best to come out of this, but we cannot do this. We fall into prey. So the individual become entangled into a web of the desires that are never be fulfilled, reinforcing their dependence on the capitalist structure that promise happiness while simultaneously ensuring its impossibility. So the capitalism is always alluring you to fall into the prey of the dreams which we are giving to you. But this is very much impossible because you will never be attaining that happiness shown by the capitalist ideologies. So, and that is why the cultural anxiety comes into the play. And this cultural anxiety creates a psychological landscape into your brain, into your, they may hegemonize your brain. And obviously they are doing it for a certain period of time. I mean, when you call it is a modernism, when you call it a postmodernism, as a Frederick Jameson is saying that there is no modernism and postmodernism. It was all about the capitalism and the late capitalism. Is it okay? So we are living in a late capitalism where the capitalism is something like something like a chameleon, which is always changing its color and changing its way of enslaving you, my dear. So you need to understand that how the capitalism actually works, and which creates a kind of a cultural shock to us. So this is how so this ideological the mystification ensures that dissatisfaction never manifests as a collective resistance, but it's internalized. So even you are dissatisfied with the capitalism, but you cannot resist it. Nobody will believe in it. As for example, I'm just giving you one of the example which Zizek says that when even in India there is several unemployment is there, poverty is there, but nobody registers to the government. Nobody says to the government this because we cannot communicate to them. But the problem is that sometimes we started to criticizing ourselves. That probably something is missing in my personality. That's why I could not get the job. Or probably I am not well read. That's why I could not crack the exam. This is not truth. This is not true. It's not something it is the ideology of the capitalism that they created a kind of a psychological landscape into your mind. Even if you wanted to criticize the authority, the system, but you cannot. And, apart from that, and besides that, you started criticizing yourself. So this is the individual is made to believe that their struggles stem from the personal inadequacies rather than the system's failure. So you started believing that, the system is okay. You are not okay. As a result, solutions to the anxiety are sought not through the political or the structural change, but to the self-improvement industries. That you need to change yourself. You need to go for the mock interviews. And that's why when you go to the mock interview, you prepare yourself, you have to buy the mock interview session. You have to pay price to that. So again, the money is going to the capitalism. So who is responsible for the cultural shock? Obviously not you, not the society, but the capitalist. So this literature is something like sometimes it works as a resistance, and sometimes it also works in the way of or the modules of capitalism. That's why I told you that it is a politics of the capitalism, right? So the literature serves as a critical lenses, critical space where the ideological contradictions are laid bare here. Some of the the writers who actually laid bare the ideology, the politics of the capitalist narrative through certain literature. The authors like Ling Ma, one of the dystopian novel is The Severance. Patricia Lockwood, the name of the novel is No One Is Talking About This. Dave Eggers, The Avery, of a literary depiction how consumer culture, digital economies, gig economy, and the corporate surveillance, it gives you the definition of feelings, and that makes you alienated from yourself. And more the alienated, it's a hollow man. It's a proof of. So everybody nowadays is becoming hollow man, alienated from ourselves, alienated from the society, the mainstream society. The more we are living in the age of the time we are spending for the Facebook, for the Instagram, for the other things, we are alienated from ourselves. We try to find something else which cannot be found, and that's why we spend more time in the Facebook, the digital platforms, right? So the commodification of the human experiences, the pervasiveness of alienation in capitalist societies have been recurring theme in the contemporary literature. While the work of Attu, Delilo, Pynchon, or the Wallace effectively illustrate Zizekian ideology, Zizekian critique on the capitalism in the recent theories. The text which I told you that it provides the compelling critique of the capitalist induced anxiety, reflecting how economic structure dictate personal and societal experiences. This narrative explored the psychic toll of capitalism and its influence on the identity, on creating an identity, relationship, perception of reality, and presenting of capitalism as an omnipresent source, omnipresent force, which is actually controlling your behavior, which is controlling your the relationship status. The modern literature often highlights the fragmentation of identity under capitalism, and it also shows how individuals struggle to escape from this, but they could not escape, and they struggle to reconcile with the current scenario, but they cannot. So that's why the cultural shock is there. And through the intricate storytelling and unreliable structure and metafictional techniques, these novels reveal the anxiety-ridden reality of existence in a world dominated by the capital. Many authors illustrate this, how the capitalism preys on the emotional vulnerability, transforming the personal crisis into the marketable experiences. So this is how the capitalism actually proves to be kind of a vital force by in this to shaping our personality. Now I will not make this presentation longish, but I will be telling I'll be citing this only one novel, that Ling Ma's Severance. So I hopefully if you read this Severance novel, you can understand that how capitalism is actually working to decide our psychology. They're creating a landscape of psychology. They're controlling the identity. And obviously in the post-truth scenario, we cannot distinguish between the real and the reality. So Ling Ma's Severance is a haunting meditation of a nature of work, consumption, and social inertia of the late capitalism. Through the lens of the pandemic narrative, the novel satirizes the unrelenting cycle of labor in the capitalist societies where individuals were reduced to mindless repetition. So we don't understand anything. We just go on working and working and working and repeatedly doing the same thing. We don't have the adventure, unable to break free from the ideological structure that bind them. We cannot come out of the ideological foundation, the tie. So this is how they are making us slaves. So the severance is a reflection of how capitalism erases individuals and render human existence as a mechanical productions, is a mechanical thing. So this Lingma's novel embodies Zizekian theory, portraying capitalism as a self-sustaining system that thrives on automation, alienation, and suppression of genuine autonomy. And so the central metaphor of are not turned into the conventional zombies, but they are instead locked in a repetitive cycle. I mean, there is a story, the pandemic is there, so everybody is affected. So what actually the story says that they are not locked, they are not killed, but they were transformed into a labor. So they were repeatedly working. They don't have, they don't know anything else, but they were working. And they cannot come out. And till they wither away, till the body wither away, till their body turns to a skeleton, they will be working the same things, from morning to the night. So this is exactly the scenario of us. We don't have the freedom. We are always tied by the ideology, and we are doing nothing but the production. We are giving the productions. You understand? So this striking imagery echoes Zizekian arguments that capitalism relies on ideological entrapment, coercing individuals into the state of assertions.
Thank you so much for your inspiring and insightful talk. So we have come to the end of the session. Now let's wait for the lives. Dear students, please be here. You will be having paper presentation session this afternoon after lunch. The rooms will be given to you now.
So I think this is all from my side. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. Probably this is 1 o'clock. So thank you so much, Balakrishnan sir, and obviously the principal of the college. Thank you so much. My heartfelt gratitude for giving me this chance. I hope that my lecture, obviously, if it is fruitful to the students over there. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. The presentation will be conducted in 3 separate rooms. Participants, please note, online presentations will be going on, and for offline presenters, there will be 3 rooms. Hall number 1, which will be Income BA English. And hall number 2, in physics department, and hall number 3, again in physics department. Participants are asked to move out for the presentation. Before that, take your lunch. And for the outside participants who have come here for presenting your papers, you please move on to hall number 1. Thank you. ఏంటండి
అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి చూసారంట నీకు చైనాలో కప్పలు పమ్ములు అన్ని పెట్టారు నువ్వు
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ సార్
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes. So, good afternoon and welcome you all for this Bodhi Hybrid International Conference on the beacon of literature, shaping social consciousness and change. So, today we have this online paper presentation. I suppose that we have the participants ready to present your paper. So, to begin with, let me call Professor Manju Smiti Joshi from Amity School of Languages.
హెడ్సెట్ పెట్టుకో నువ్వు
Hello, sir. Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
And before we start, I just wanted to give a kind of common instruction for all the participants or presenters. See, do not read the paper, right? Kindly present your findings. Just introduce your topic and present the findings. Okay, take not more than 4 minutes. Thank you.
చాలు చాలు 4 minutes చాలు ఎక్కువ
Yes, madam. Not yes.
Okay, sir.
Maximum 4 minutes.
లేదమ్మా
Yes, madam.
Yes.
You can.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So I'm sharing my screen. Okay, so a very good afternoon to all of you. So today myself, Manusmriti Joshi, is here to present my topic, Literature as a Healer, a psychological analysis of Thea Dawn's novel, Consolation Letters to Marx. Trost Briefe an Marx, translated as Consolation Letters to Marx, is a novel which was published in the year 2021 by the author Thea Dawn. Now, the outbreaks of fiction can be seen in various novels that capture the essence of pandemics and epidemics. So, here are the examples where one can already see that the outbreak of fiction was being analyzed and being described in the following novels. For example, The Decameron by Boccaccio, The Plague by Albert Camus, The Scarlet Plague by Jack London, The Mosque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. So, myself is presenting here the German author who is Thea Dawn. So, she is a German author and a TV host, and right now she is also hosting a program called Literatur im Feuer, that means the literature in the courtyard, where she is interacting with the German writers and the public and have a discussion rounds. So I have chosen this novel, which is not a normal novel. It's actually a novel which is being represented in the postcard forms. That means the whole novel is the epistology of the exchange of postcard between the protagonist and the writer. So the first postcard, I will quickly go with the outline of the story because it is important. So what happened was that the protagonist's mother was lost in this COVID-19 pandemic. So she has to travel to Italy, where she was caught with this pandemic, and as a result she died. Now the protagonist, who was Johanna, she was devastated by this loss. So she was so sad and she was so hopeless after this incident. So immediately what we see in the novel, that she receives a postcard from her one of the old friend who was also the philosophy professor of this protagonist called Johanna. So this postcard, which has changed everything, why it is written? Because this professor has just sent this postcard where he has written in German, like, dear friend, how are you? So we get as dear. So, to which Johanna, who was devastated by this death, was so in pain. So she says, I quote, I can't bear it. I hate it. It's painful. So, throughout the exchange of the postcards, that means through writing, she was evolved from this loss. And I have another quote that once she is angry and childish, she is also irrational and desperate at times. That means after a certain time, after this exchange of postcards with this philosophy professor, so finally she was at ease. Yeah, after a certain exchange, she took the life so seriously, but after this exchange of postcards, she find out that there is no need to take the life so seriously. So she has to start with the life again. So, after an exchange of at least 13 postcards between the protagonist and this philosophy professor, at the end of the novel, she admits, again I quote, in the meantime, I have realized that you are not randomly sending me comforting kitsch into the house, but that you probably want to discreetly draw my attention to the fact that I am not putting an inch of distance between myself and my pain by screaming and raging, unquote. So, for the interpretation, I have taken Kubler-Ross grief cycle in this paper, where the information and communication plays an important role. And as we all are aware, that literature's main role is to communicate and to provide the information to the readers. So, in the beginning of the novel, the protagonist Johanna was in a denial stage, yeah, where she was avoiding the reality that COVID pandemic 19 has taken her mother away from her. And then comes the anger. So she was so outraged by this action that she was full of anger and she couldn't bear the loss. And then she reached the third level where she was bargaining. Like when they started the conversation with the philosophy professor, then they were bargaining on the importance of life, that why she has stopped living the life and on. And then she reached depression. Of course she was into the depression because this philosophy professor was sending her the postcard, and the philosophy professor is living in the novel in Greece, yeah, which is a beautiful place, and he was making vacations, and he's sending the postcard of this beautiful nature and all. But she was into the depression because of this sudden loss. So then she was overwhelmed and she felt so helpless, and she was even thinking that how one can enjoy the life when one is in so much of pain and hostility. And final stage of this Kubler-Ross grief cycle is acceptance. So at the end of the novel, what we see that this protagonist, through the writings, through this exchange of the postcard, has accepted the fact that she has to take the life not so seriously and she has to move on in life, and she started exploring options and she started having new plans in the place. So this was regarding this work. So the end of the postcard, we see at the end of the novel, we get this another postcard where the philosophy teacher is again asking her, are you at ease? So when the philosophy professor found out that the Johanna has come out of this grief circle and now she has accepted the reality, but still he wanted to confirm whether Johanna is at peace, whether the
Madam,
protagonist.
excuse me, sorry to disturb, sorry to interfere. Kindly
Yes.
come to the conclusion.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yeah. So, concluding my paper, I would like to say that literature as a beacon always help to give consolation to people, to give comfort to people. So, I will end my paper with the quote. Comfort is the miraculous ability to love everything you are and everything you have with all your heart and to let it go freely when it wants to go. So, thank you so much for your
Thank you, madam. So your paper has wonderfully highlighted the therapeutic power of literature, addressing the psychological and emotional distress, and the healing and psychological resilience in a kind of a wonderful way. Thank you so much for the beautiful paper, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right. Now let us call the next presenter, B. Aruna Sri Vidyadri.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon. Very good
Yes,
afternoon, sir.
good afternoon, madam. Please
Am
introduce
I
the topic.
am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible, madam, but your video is not
Yeah.
visible.
Okay. Okay. Just now, sir. Is it okay now?
Yes, madam.
Am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible. You are visible.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just introduce the
My
topic
paper is
and go to your.
my paper is on quest for identity and sense of alienation in Kiran Desai's Inheritance of Loss. Right. The very title itself speaks of inheriting the loss, kind of. They are in loss. Right. The novel consists of around 5 characters. In the novel, we find 5 characters. An old retired judge, a young girl of 17, and around 17 only the other characters are also of 17 years old, like Sai, Bizu, and Gyan, and other people. They are also of 17 years old. All of them, they are into certain kinds of their own set of problems and psychological traumas and many things. Like when it comes to Sai, she's an orphan, and when it comes to Jemubhai Patel, he is all the way alone. He's a retired judge from US, of course, but then he faced so many what do you call alienation kind of issues and struggling issues in his lifetime, and he was not accepted by the people around. And Sai is also an orphan, so early orphan, in a sense that she is orphaned at the age of 7 or 8, and Gyan, he is into radicalist movement, GNLF movement of Nepal independence. Means the backdrop of the novel itself speaks of post-independence and colonialism and so many other things, and they all inherit the loss and sense of belongingness. They lose the sense of belongingness, and they are in search of belongingness. And the alienation kind of thing is always in their mind, and the loss is in their way of thinking only. Right? It's not a thinking only. It is always visible to their what do you call mind and eyes. And these people are always in search of somebody to express their views, but they can't communicate with people. And so here what happens when it comes to Biju, he is an what do you call what do you call it's not kind of educated or uneducated kind of. So he goes to US and he shifts in jobs, and he finds it difficult to stay there, and he comes back to India at the end of the novel. And Sai also, when she comes to grandfather's house, she is not in coordination with her grandfather and her surroundings, and so she thinks that it is my way of uh, leading life, so I have to leave this place and go away. So at the end of the novel, she also tries to go from that particular place, and Sai also comes back to his native place of Kalimpong, and Gyan also, he also struggles from relationship issues with Sai and all, because he is into independence movement. I think I'm audible, sir.
Yes,
Excuse
madam.
me.
Yes,
Hello.
madam. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, you're audible, and
Is it
kindly
audible?
come to the
So
conclusion. Please come
yeah.
to the final.
So all the characters over here, they experience a kind of loss, or as the title signifies, they inherit the loss of bondage, colonialism, and servitude. When it comes to the cook, the main role, one of the main characters, the cook, who is the father of Biju, another central character. He faces the kind of a problem called what do you call submissiveness and suppression and subaltern kind of a situation where he doesn't have a voice of himself to speak properly, or to come out of come out of his own set of problems. Of course, he respects everyone, and he um, tries to um tries to make his own livelihood by becoming a servant in the judge's house. And in that way, he appreciates himself and he appreciates the judge, so that he comforts himself that he is doing a good job. But then his name is not revealed until the last but one page. Only then one comes to know that his name is Panna Lal, and until then he was addressed as cook only, a servant only. Means
Okay,
the
madam.
kind of
Thank you so much. And I
in this
think
way, all of them, they inherit the loss. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. And you have wonderfully what is that encapsulated how the
Yeah.
laws, whether cultural, personal, political, is carried forward, shaping the individuals and communities over the time through this particular work. So it's a wonderful presentation, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And let us call the next presenter, Professor Thakur Asharani.
Yeah.
Again,
Sir, is
Amma.
it audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible, madam.
Yeah, good afternoon,
Madam, once again, we would like to
everyone.
remind,
Yeah.
introduce your topic, and you come to your
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. This is Asha. Thanks for giving this opportunity. My presentation, it is on post-colonial literature. I'll share the screen. Or is it okay if I just give you the
Madam,
brief?
you can just present, because you just
Yeah,
introduce your topic, and then you can go to your
Yeah. So my topic is post-colonial literature. So post-colonial literature throws light on the impact of the British colonialism on the lives of Indians, their struggle, imbalance, and complexities which are explored in the post-colonial literature. And the writers used literature as a powerful tool to restore India's rich culture and heritage. The restoration of India's socio-political and economic fields form a key aspect in their writings. And the liberation of India is the key aspect they have focused on. And the operation of the colonial rule they have represented in their writings. So the intellectual drive forms a crucial part of their writings. So we have various writers who had dealt with the post-colonial literature like Rabindranath Tagore, Salman Rushdie, Arundhati Roy, and others. And basically the post-colonial literature, they have used English language, global language, to represent their sufferings, socio-political and cultural repercussions of colonial rule. And they also made effort to reclaim identity, resist historical oppression, and articulate nations' evolving aspirations. So Rabindranath Tagore has written the works like Gitanjali, Home of the World, to reflect the colonial power and the misery the Indians have faced. Likewise, you have Mulkraj Anand, who has written the novel Untouchable, and who exposed the dehumanizing effects of caste discrimination. R.K. Narayan, who has also represented various other sufferings of India in his novels like Malgudi Days and Guide. Salman Rushdie also, he has written Midnight Children, focusing on what the sufferings were faced by the Indians and particularly the children of those days. And Amitav Ghosh also, who has written the novel Shadow Lines and the problems or the challenges faced by the Indians. Now, in the findings, I can just tell that through my article or the research, it is very much clear that the writings are focused on marginalized groups like lower caste, tribal communities, and the themes is Indian life and their sufferings. And the language which they have used is English language. And the theme is like issues of colonialism, modernity, cultural crisis, and identity crisis. And they have challenged the struggles of Indians during that era. So finally, I would like to conclude that post-colonial literature plays a very crucial role in reshaping India's glory. So it is universal in nature and appeal the readers globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. That was a wonderful presentation. You have tried to explain how post colonialism has made a kind of greater impact over the history and the culture of our country.
Actually, the PPT is ready, but as you told, it is 4 minutes, so I just gave the briefing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you.
And the next presenter is Rupa Ramadevi K. Yes, Ms. Rupa Ramadevi K.
Yes, sir.
Yes, madam.
Namaste,
Madam,
sir.
just 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Namaste, sir. I'm Rupa Ramadevi from GIT University. I'm just sharing my screen. Okay.
In the meantime, I request all the participants, presenters to type the title of your paper here in the chat box.
So my topic is the role of task-based learning approach in developing English communication skills among Dumbo community graduate students. So coming to the topic, I just want to tell what is the introduction part. So English is a global language essential for education, employment, and social mobility. So I am here prefixing to
Ms. Rupa, your audio, I think there's some problem with your audio. You are not able to listen to your audio. Please mute and unmute again.
okay, sir.
Yeah, now?
Sir, is it audible, sir?
Yeah, now you are audible, madam.
Okay,
Just introduce your topic and go to the conclusion.
So okay, I'll go from the first. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can just proceed.
Okay, my topic is the role of please, sir, 1 minute. It is not visible to me. The role of task-based learning approach in developing English communication skills among Dumbo community graduate students. So introduction is English proficiency is very crucial for education and career growth. In that Dumbo community, the people they are of marginalized communities, they do face linguistic challenges. They do not even focus, they focus on the rote learning. They don't even know. So I have made the task-based learning to improve their English communication skills. So coming to where is the Dumbo community? Who are they? So the Dumbo people reside in South Odisha. So historically, they served as a village takers, and those people are of Dombo is also called as a Dora, and even Dom. They speak Dom language, Dombo language, and they do have a poverty and limited education, and they are a very kind of, they do have a cultural heritage which is bit of a folk music and dance. So what is task-based learning? Task-based learning is a kind of learning where we give the pre-task and presentation to the students to enhance their communication skills. So now, how we engage the students? Like, for example, if I go to the students in the classroom, we give some tasks to make the presentation for themselves. Before giving any kind of presentation, we must make the student enhance in the grammatical skills, everything and all, so that they will speak and learn more, and they will engage in some of the tasks. And after giving those tasks, we need to take, are they accurate in the subject what we have taught to them? Okay, so now what is the need for task-based learning? Why they are going to the college and they are learning there? Why we need for task-based? Why I have taken this task-based learning means we can focus on the real world communication. If you go on making them giving tasks, they will learn something. It enhances the fluency and accuracy and engagement. And we can engage the students in some of the other way to learn something. And even we can encourage individually, and even we can we can mentor the child, enhancing the communication skills, and we can foster the knowledge, and the interact within each other in learning. It can also improve the problem solving, and it can teamwork also. They can even engage in the teamwork skills. So next, coming to the research objectives. What is this? It assesses the effectiveness of TBL, that is in improving English skills. It evaluates the students' progress, whether they are progressing in their accuracy or whether the accent is improving or not. We can even identify the challenges and opportunities more and more, where they are lacking the language skills, where they are lacking the knowledge. Individually, if we focus on the students' capability, we can even find opportunities to implement the task-based learning and the child's growth even. So next, how is this methodology? I have gone through the students, I have taken the 30 students, gender wise, female and male, 15 students same together. Degree graduate students I have taken. We approach them and like pre-test, post-test interviews, and then we have collected the data. Do they know task-based learning? If they know, in which way they have known about the source, and we have observed the classroom, we have given the observation, and even we have taken the students' feedback also in all ways. And without communication, there's no kind of source. The power is like we should have a grip in the communication. We can communicate only when do we have a relationship, value, and then the success, and then we need to be loyal also. So after approaching the students, what kind of a results and discussion I found? So 80%
I think you can just come with your findings.
Okay, sir. So my final thoughts are like, the student highlights the potential of TBL in improving English communication among Dombo students. Implementing teacher training programs and better sources can ensure TBL's long-term success. Future research should focus on technology-driven TBL solutions to enhance accessibility. Need for more learning materials, developing contextual TBL materials suited to marginalized students is essential. So we need, I have access to this. Why? Because the students, they are lacking the knowledge and the source. If we enhance the students in this way, they can learn many things. So this is all about the research which I have done, sir. Topic.
Thank you, madam, for the wonderful presentation. It was, of course, it is the need of the hour. Nowadays, you can see the ELT has totally shifted the traditional method to the task-based learning, teaching learning process. where
Yes.
it is much more effective in the real world
Voice
applications, and
one.
also you can see it kind of it fosters a kind of creativity, and it enhances the interpretation and engagement with the students, and also it helps the students develop their communication skills. So thank you so much once again for the wonderful topic. Thank you. Now the next presenter is Ms. Sunita.
A very good afternoon, sir, and to the dear team.
Yes, madam.
Actually,
Just
my name is Sunita.
Yes, please restrict your presentation. 4
Yes,
minutes.
actually, I'm into one of my friends' laptop. Actually, there is a issue with my laptop. That's why I'm here. So there is no problem, I guess. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So shall we start, sir?
Yes, madam, you can start.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
So now my topic of presentation is all about the protagonist, Debbie de Mortina. And here we see that when she is into a part of this protagonist, and the life that she leads is all about a revengeful life, because it leads us to the journey of how she was an adopted child, and then from there how she shifted her life to a revengeful and to a violence kind of situation, and finally she leads her own life. So this is the mini summary of Leave It to Me by Bharti Mukherjee. If we come to the introduction, so here we can say that Leave It to Me is nothing but it is an exploration of the identity, exhale, cultural belonging, and self-invention. And here we see when Debbie, being an adopted child, when she comes to know that her real mother and her biological parents, they are not belonging to a real-time mother and father, because their back life is something related to violence, where they are indulged more into the crime thing. So when she comes to know about it, then she even tries to learn about it, and finally, being a very supple kind of a child, and she later on turns to be a violent person, because her Italic mom and father, they tried to impose a cultural imposition on her, and which she was not liking. So this brings us to a thought like, even though culturally an Indian person born and brought up in India, but adopted by somebody else in maybe a foreign country or something, cultural belonging always will be the need of the time, need of the hour. And then when we come to say that excel itself, why we say excel itself? The only reason here excel itself is that she got captivated. She was she has lost her freedom when she came to know that now these are not my real parents, and they try to impose their culture on her. So which was not being liked by her. And then when we see that she later had a thought, and there is a quotation like, I am no one's daughter, no one's citizen, no one's woman. So this is the quote taken from the same novel, Leave It to Me, and where she tries to say that finally I am not belonging to anyone, neither to India, neither to the foreign country, but I am my own invention. And from here on, I try to locate myself as a heroine, as a hero, not just as a protagonist or maybe a victim of the cultural boundaries, but as a hero who can finally know that how to revert themselves, how to know that how they are passionate about themselves, and how to lead a life which is free from almost all kind of clutches, that maybe the imposition from the from her adopted parents, or maybe the imposition that is tried to be laid by her biological people. And then when we see that she was refusing to define her past, she was not in a notion that her past should be kept in her mind, and that is how she had to lead her life. But later she came to know that no, this past was a past, and I'm not going to take it anymore. So this is where we say that fluid identity. Now she was in a search, she was in a quest in order to find out like what identity is all about. And then finally, towards the rare end, we can find that she, being a kind of child who was being raised, but later, because of her biological parents' background, right, she was something who tried to indulge into violence, crime, and then took the revenge from her family and all those things that has happened. And then finally, she got a thought like, no, this is not my life, and I want to be free bird. I want to settle my own independent life. That is how she went through. And when we come to the conclusion, we say that there is a quote like, identity is not something we are born with, but it is something we create. So with that end. Now she came to identify that this is what I can lead a life free from everything, free from all the kind of problems and the situations which was demanding her to be captivated. The excel itself which she wore, and from then she tried to transform herself, her life, her culture, her thought, her way of leading, and finally now she is having a life which is free to be pledged with, to be as a voice for her for the next coming future. That is how we end. The conclusion here when we draw, like this is not the end, but now the new life of Debbie De Mortina has started. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. You have wonderfully captured the what are the themes of the complexity of the themes of exile,
Yes, sir.
identity, and the cultural belongingness, which of course is a trademark of Bharti Mukherjee's works.
Yes, sir.
And once again, the realization of the rootlessness and the reinvention of the self, which what are that? Tries to make a kind of balance between the
Right.
diaspora identity and the cultural adaptation. So that is really wonderful. Thank you so much for
Thank you
this
so much,
presentation.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
And the next presenter is
Yeah, she's here, Madhuri Mishra. She'll be reading
yeah,
out.
you once again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Madhuri Mishra, an assistant professor of GIT University. So I would like to present my PPT.
Yes, madam. Please make it short.
Sure, sir. Is it visible, sir? PPT?
Yes, it is visible, madam.
Okay. So my topic is the voice of Draupadi in Pratibha Rai Yagyaseni, a study of protest and self-assertion. So the introduction of my topic is that Pratibha Rai Yagyaseni reimagined Draupadi's story from the feminist perspective, and the Draupadi voices challenges the patriarchal narratives of the Mahabharata. And the novel explores the themes of protest, self-assertion, and gender justice. And the main objective of my study is that to analyze Draupadi's voice and examine how Draupadi character in Yagyaseni expresses the resistance and self-assertion and challenges the patriarchal norm, like how she explores the questions gender inequality and societal expectations. And the symbol of the protest is like that the study her defense against the humiliation, forced polyandry, and injustice. And a feminist perspective like access how Yagyaseni reinterpret Draupadi and struggle through a modern feminist lens. And the bridge of mythology and contemporary issues relate Draupadi fight for the autonomy with women's struggles today. And the Draupadi as a symbol of protest. How she is a symbol like one of the quotation from the text that am I merely a pawn in the hands of men? And this suggests how the Draupadi struggles and the symbols of polyandry and challenges her humiliations of a Kaurava court and questioning gender norms and assert in her dignity. And the self-assertion and agency, it means Draupadi actively questions the societal injustice and her dialogue, must a man always sacrifice her will at the altar of duty. That strengthened her identity through her bond with Krishna and her inner conflict with emotional depth, like struggles with polyandry and unfulfilled love for Arjuna, and seeks spiritual answer from Krishna. And can a woman heart born equally for 5 weeks? A reflection on her turmoil. And the feminist retelling mythology, the Mahabharata, Pratibha Rai reclaims that Draupadi narratives and shifted from male-centered storytelling and highlight gender inequality in the ancient and modern society and bridges mythology with contemporary feminist discourse. And the relevance of this current contemporary feminism is that women's struggles for autonomy and justice persist today also. And Draupadi questioning of dharma and resonate with the modern feminist movement and her protest against humiliation parallels the fight of against gender-based violence. And Pratibha Rai, some of the more contribution of this feminist text is that Jagyasini, the feminist retelling of Draupadi life, and Srila Padma, women's struggle in patriarchy, and Maharani Putra, another text, power of dynamity in history, and Adi Bhumi, is a tribal right and social justice. She wrote many more texts. So come to my conclusion that Yajnaseni redefines Draupadi legacy as a woman and resilience and self-respect. And she challenges the patriarchal norms and reinterpret mythology and continue to inspire discussion on gender justice and women rights. So this is the relevance. And thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam, for wonderfully capturing Draupadi, not as a kind of mythological figure, but as a kind of voice of resistance and empowerment. And here, once again, the role is more of active and self-aware in this kind of traditional patriarchal epic. And this rereading has once again revealed a kind of the need for the voices in the contemporary feminist discourse. So, thank you for the presentation. Let us invite the next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ranjan Kumar Bahira.
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir.
Yes,
Good
yes,
afternoon,
yes.
all of you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, 4 minutes.
I am a research scholar, GIT University, Gonupur, Odisha. My topic is reconnecting the influences of bees in the place of August Wilson's A Study of Separation and Migration. In particular, I have taken the American playwrights. And here, we should justify the explicit in naming influences as August Wilson in the dozens of interviews, and here we justify the 8 years since Marianne's Black Buttons appeared in Broadway in 1984. And here Wilson has been unusual forthcoming, not only citing his
So Ranjan Kumar, and your audio is not clear.
Okay.
Ranjan Kumar, your audio is not clear. You're not audible.
Dead so many times that he has never read any Austen playwrights, and here I have not read Ibsen, Shaw, and Shakespeare. I am not familiar with Death of Salesman. I have not read Tennessee Williams. I very purposefully did not read them. Am I audible, sir? My voice is audible?
Now it is audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I think you have not given your title here in the chat box. Yeah, can you just be very clear, because your title is not
sir.
clear.
Okay,
so please, if possible, type it later.
Okay, sir.
And then
in the Epiphany speech, Dutchman aptly expresses the significance of blues in Baraka and serves as the stepping off point for considering Wilson's biggest bee of all. Clay has finally been tried to speak the truth of his experiences to Lula, which appearance is Billy's. He rails at whites who the misunderstand Black culture and experiences. Baraka is Wilson's brother. Then Bessie Smith may well be figured as Wilson's mother, for she gave the bath to Wilson as what Hurston Baker would call a blues detective who is able to detect black forms by looking to the limitless freedom of myth and fictive discourse. And finally, we should justify the influences are examined in the thematic structure of the plays of Wilson. The present playwrights have experimented the contemporary issues in their plays. The representations of migrants wandering and searching their dearest and nearest ones is one such example. The characters are searching their roots. The attempt at reconnection is the fundamental aspect of Black American life and history. And here, the disorienting aspects of Black American life, restlessly searching for their close relations. In the 10-play cycle of August Wilson clearly exhibits the centrality of separation, migration, reconnection. Reconnecting the migrants is the new dramatology of Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And so your work, it just that it reminded me of Imam Amri Baraka, so that the Dutchman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and from there you can see how the narrative of this black is being given a kind of different dimension. So
Yes.
thank you so much for the presentation, sir. And since we are heading towards the valediction by 3 o'clock, we have just 10 minutes left out. So let me call Mr. Alex.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Alex. So Mr. Alex is not there. So let me call so Danish Iqbal Tukar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay.
It's very short.
Okay,
Just
okay.
introduce the topic and come to the conclusion.
Okay. Wait, sir.
Yes, sir. You can proceed.
Okay, sir. So I'm a research scholar at Lovely Professional University, and my topic is study of isolation in Fyodor Dostoevsky's Gentle Creature. Wait, sir. So first, this research paper studies isolation in Fyodor Dostoevsky's A Gentle Creature. First, we should know about isolation. What is isolation? The definition of the isolation is that it stresses detachment from others, often involuntary. Not voluntary, involuntary. And according to social isolation theory, whenever the societal structure changes, isolation is observed in individual. To understand isolation, it is paramount to dwell deep into the ideology of the author. Dostoevsky believed in two ideologies, the first being utopian socialism and the second orthodox Christian beliefs. Like other Russian writers, he believed in the new ideas that were getting inculcated in Russia. Now, there is a tussle between new and old ideas in his works, in his novels, and which were published after he served his sentence in Siberia. So there was a structural change in the 19th century Russia. There was a shift from serfdom to socialism, which led to chaos in the society. This chaos is aptly represented in the literary works of Fyodor Dostoevsky, representing characters which are isolated from the society. The short story A Gentle Creature, published in 1876, depicts the author's lack of hope in the isolation that is typified by the narrator. To understand isolation, the theory of encoding decoding given by Stuart Hall in Culture, Media and Language has been applied. Now, introduction. As I read, I as I said in the abstract as well, this short story represent isolation as there was chaos in the 19th century Russia. Now, the theory which is applied in this paper is Stuart Hall's encoding decoding theory. What this theory says, for a discourse to function, there are many dynamics at work, be it political, social, or religious. All these dynamics together create an encoded discourse that the receiver decodes according to the effect that these dynamics have on him. The work taken for this research paper is also a discourse that is encoded by its author according to the dynamics that were dominant at that point of time. By reading and understanding the short story, its narrator's perspective, his asocial behavior, and the effect of encoded structures and the period when Dostoevsky wrote it, this short story has been decoded in this research paper. The period when Dostoevsky wrote this short story was after his Siberian exile. His perspective had a drastic change. The characters represented in his works show isolation because of the shattered hope, the belief they had in the European ideas, like the author himself. They try to exert their existence, making them wrathful and vengeful, and the female being the target of their wrath. Feeling and understanding everything, still these characters strain themselves and annihilate their reality. As if they are hiding from the truth, they know the darkness of it. This is aptly represented in this short story taken for this research paper. Now, section wise, I'm going to decode this short story. A gentle creature, it begins with.
Excuse me, sir. Please just move to the findings. Kindly move to the findings. We have just 5 minutes left to the valediction.
The decoding of the short story, after applying the encoding decoding theory on the sections of the short story, shows how Dostoevsky's characters are isolated because of their intellect. Their intellect makes them different from the world. They are drawn towards suffering, having sadomasochistic tendencies. Dostoevsky has given the answer to this isolation in the understanding of the Christian Brotherhood. The pawnbroker in A Gentle Creature is sadomasochist. For he finds relief from his isolation by making his wife his subject, which makes her feel isolated, leading to her suicide. Suicide. In this short story, we also see by being isolated because of her gender. That is why the title is A Gentle Creature. She is isolated and chooses to die rather than being in captivity of the pawnbroker, that is the narrator. He knew her death was an act of vengeance because when he started depending on her, she chose to die. Females in Dostoevsky's world have always been represented as a hope for the narrator to redeem himself, but he is never able to attain it. The reason being his intellect and sadomasochistic tendency. He will remain isolated until he accepts the Russian character, that is the Christian Brotherhood. He has to suffer for the humanity, but redemption can only be attained if he is not cynical about it. The problem is he will remain isolated because of his lack of acceptance of the truth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for making it short once again. So the theme of isolation is not just physical, but it is psychological, and it is also kind of a kind of representation of the complexities of human relationships.
Yes, sir.
And there are a lot of tragic consequences, of course, which lead to the emotional estrangement of Dostoevsky's ideologies, as you said. So wonderful. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So the last but one
Sir,
presenter,
sir, Alex is present here.
Pavitra. Yes,
Sir, Alex is
Pavitra?
here. Alex is here. Alex. Alex.
So the presenter,
Sir,
I call.
Alex is here, sir. Alex P.
Sir, we called you, but you are not there. But we need to go to the valediction in just in 3 minutes. So let us see. Now let me call Pavitra.
Yes, sir.
Yes, madam. Madam, make it very short.
Okay, sir. I will. V3 will be presenting the paper, sir.
Madam, anyone can present. It's not a problem. Just make it very short because we have to move to the valediction soon. Are you there? You are not audible. Your mic is muted.
Sir. Padma will be presenting now, sir.
Madam, we have just 2 minutes left, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We are
Yes,
presenting the talk.
Yes, please, madam. Please present.
Yes, sir. We are presenting the topic a study of immigration and refugee experience in Kushan Singh train to Pakistan. It mainly focused on forced migration and displacement. It mainly talks about displacement and migration. The novel's Train to Pakistan provides a powerful portrayal of the human cost of forced migration, especially in the context of 1947 partition of India. It mainly highlights the communal harmony and the devastating consequences of political driven displacement. The historical background of this novel is 1947 participation of India and its impact.
Madam,
And
please
its,
don't mistake me. Kindly come to the findings, madam. Please.
okay, sir. This novel it mainly focus on the interdisciplinary approach, law, politicals, and sociology, anthropology, and psychology. Here, the main key points are economical and social and psychological challenges faced by the immigrants. It addressing on the challenges of forced migration. Here, the key findings are the novel mainly portrays a powerful cost of forced migration, especially in the context of the 1947 partition of India. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. So, of course, this is a novel which, as you said, it is a kind of powerful narrative which captures the trauma, displacement, and the migration, which once again reveals the psychological struggles and the cultural behaviors of the individuals. So this is a novel which once again it's there, which every other individual in India should read. And thank you so much for choosing this novel.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, the last presenter is Saranya. The last presenter is Ms. Saranya.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, madam. Please proceed. Kindly make it very short.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sharanya.
Yes, good afternoon, madam. Please make your presentation very short, madam.
Yes, sir. My topic is pathos of the Jews in the poem Babi Yar. So this poem I chose very particular because a lot of incidents are happening under the name of racism all over the world. So this particular poem evokes the good things in the minds of the readers, that we must not support anything under the name of racism. So this particular poem was a very old poem. It's published in the year 1961. Evgeny Yevtushenko, he published in a leading Russian periodical to protest the Soviet Union's refusal to recognize Babi Yar as a Holocaust site. This incident of Babi Yar, where a mass genocide happened, was erased. Russia tried to erase in the history, but Evgeny Yevtushenko was not satisfied with Russia's efforts, and he made it to publish through his poetry. And only after his publication, the world came to know about the suffering which had happened at the site called Babi Yar. This poem highlights the inarticulated pathos of the Jewish victims. He traces the impassivity to what he believed Babi Yar really stood for. Actually, it is a site for genocide, of anti-Semitic carnage, and nearly 33,000 Jews were murdered during a period of 36 hours. As a sociologist and a non-specialist humanist, a writer has involved a generic approach in this particular poetry, and he had told us what to be done and what are the psychological background which has involved the the Nazis people, especially the Adolf Hitler. He was very much in propaganda of this Aryan supremacy theory, and he was very much against this Jewish race, and he wanted to wipe out them completely. So in this very particular German occupied Europe, he had done a mass murder on that very particular day itself. 33,000 Jews were murdered, and the
Excuse me,
periodical
madam.
murder
Kindly
continued to
conclude.
happen in the
Kindly
same
conclude. Sorry.
Babiar. And
Madam, kindly conclude.
in but this awareness of racism it did not occur to many people, even though they are educated. According to the racial classification given by Carleton, there are only 4 races worldwide: Caucasian, Mongoloid, Negroid, or
Madam, sorry
Black,
to
and
interrupt.
Australoid.
Kindly
But
conclude.
unfortunately,
Madam,
sir,
can you
excuse
hear
me,
me?
sir.
Kindly conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think uh, she has come to the end. And yes, of course, racism is something which should be done away with, but even then it is still prevailing. Of course, you can see even it is very much prevalent in the most advanced countries in the world. Uh, so thank you so much for this topic, madam. And I once
Thank you,
again
sir.
thank all the participants for the presentation. And now let us move to the valediction of this session. Thank you.
அதெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டேன். அவங்களுக்கு டைம் ரொம்ப ஷார்ட்டா இருந்தது. நான் தான் லாஸ்ட் பிரசன்ட். அதனால அவங்க ஒரு இல்ல மேம், நான் ஷேர் பண்ணிருந்தேன்ல மேம், இன்னைக்கு கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் லைட்ல போட்டிருந்தேன்.
We demand smile, gratitude, and extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. First and foremost, let me thank God Almighty for listening. I'm honored to extend my heartfelt welcome to our esteemed principal, Dr. Vijojan, for the unfailing support. A warm welcome to our dear security sister, Chelsea, whose encouragement and vision continue to inspire us. Welcome, sister. We are pleased to have our new guest, Dr. J. John Shekhar, former head and dean of Kanyakumari College, Madurai, and Dr. S. Balakrishna, publisher of Bodhi International Journal, for their insights to make this event a successful one. Next, I'm privileged to welcome our dear guest speaker, our DC Anish Krishna Nair, Assistant Professor of English, University College of Engineering, Nagarjuna. Now, I deserve our principal to honor Dr. Anish Krishna sir with the show. We eagerly look forward to your insights and words of wisdom, sir. I extend my warm regards to all the paper presenters, participants, faculty members, and students from other colleges and our college. As we move forward with this faculty session, let us reflect on the learning. Here is the experiences and carry forward that students get from the journey. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to one and all. And we are happy to announce that more than 10 participants have presented their paper via online, and around 90 participants have presented their paper in different hours. And thank you, participants, for your kind cooperation. Thank you, ma'am. Next time, Dr. B.C. Harish Kurien Nair, Assistant Professor of English, Department of Science and Humanities, University College of Engineering, Nagarjuna, to validate the session.
Dignitaries on and off the dais, and my dear friends, I hope I am audible, right? Okay. So, dignitaries on and off the dais, and my dear friends, it's my pleasure to be here in front of you in the valedictory address of this August conference. So, your ma'am said about the words of wisdom and everything. But beyond all those things, I know very well the proper speaking. And Balakrishna sir have told me that 10 minutes. I understand. I'll try to finish it within 7 to 8 minutes. So your college time is around 3:30, I believe. So very comfortably ended the session. So you no need to worry and take a breathe. Deep breathe. I'm not going to read whatever I have in my hands. To begin with, I'm very happy to see you all here. So during my student days, I was a sort of working on as a conference coach. We used to participate in a number of conferences, at least 10 to 12 conferences each and every year. And these were my most cherished memories about my student days in Scotland. So being a part of conference is not just going somewhere, having some food and getting a certificate and coming back. It's a lot beyond that. Because if you take a decision that you will write a fresh paper for each and every conference, then you need really at least one book for a conference presentation. And you do it once a month, you'll be reading 12 books per year, and you'll be writing 12 conference papers. And we all know that when compared to research publication, publication in conference proceedings need not be that rigorous. So this gives you a very good chance to improve your writing skills, especially your academic writing skills. Whatever you begin as a synopsis, as a paper presented in a conference, as something that you are presented in a proceeding or published in a proceedings, can be reinforced and improved. And within, how to say, 2 months or 3 months, an article that you wrote for 1,000 words can be reworked and it can be elaborated and it can be made into 1,000 words articles and whatnot. Another important fact is that when you very attentively get yourself present in a conference and if you listen to some 10 presentations, you will be getting an idea about at least some 10 minutes or 10 theories, anything like that. You would get a pulse of what the research trend is. This is very important. We are not going to read academic journals very carefully. That is not something which is present in us. Only in occasions such as conferences, when we hear others present something, we come to know about authors and books and areas and everything. So in that way, these conferences are very important. And you get a chance to present, you get a chance to get insights about your paper from the audience, from the chairperson, and all those things. All these things make a conference a very important academic activity. Beyond all these things, conferences are the place where you do a little bit of networking. I don't know how much of people have come from other institutions here, but usually these are the forums where you network with others, people who have similar research interests, possible doctoral supervisor. All these people are usually in conferences. So, due to these reasons, even though it might be a little boring in the first year of PhD or something like that, make it a common to attend conferences. It is true that in the past 10 years, past decade, some people have learned to do money meeting English and all those things, but there are such issues that happens everywhere. But beyond that, conferences are a very important aspect of your student life, your academic life. And if you do it or if you participate in it in the right way, that will help improving your research and reading and everything. So this is one thing. And the second thing which I wanted to under 2 to 3 minutes, something to do with about the condition of English studies right now. So now we are facing very this big what you call as sort of disruptive technology every year. We used to have a syndrome aims. Now it is artificial intelligence and data science everywhere. Especially people from humanities, most of us are a bit unsure of our future. We don't know what is going to happen. We don't know whether our skills will be valid if we go out. So whatever we used to learn 20 years back, everything to communicate in rather English, ability to draft letters, ability to write, ability to summarize, everything is now that very artificial intelligence. And the data sciences there are so many people who are pursuing their degrees in humanities, especially in English language studies or English literature, have this question in their mind. Will I be learned? Will my education be learned? All those things. See, actually, I would like to say something. See, as a person working in an organization that is technology orientation, we are witnessing all these things changes in AI and areas, not just now for the past 15 years. See, the very concept of your ChatGPT, everything was made possible with what we call as NLP, natural language processing. And within natural language processing, or NLP is something which was developed by linguists, not scientists, people who mastered in linguistics. And there are a number of people who mastered in English literature, other literature, who work with natural language processing or computational linguistics. So, what the point which I want to make is in modern era, there are no rigid boundaries between academic disciplines. It's not something that I'm just pursuing BA economics or literature. It's not like that. See, you can pursue your national literature, you can work with artificial intelligence, you can work with data science. And there are things like what we call as algorithm bias and all those things. You know, search and try to find out. And such things are made literature more relevant because we people are the only people who are able to give a lot of promise. So we may not worry about future, we may not worry about being absolute and all those things. I'd like to close my what to say. With 4 lines. Some of you might recognize these lines. It is in Spanish. Nada de go, nada de Spanish, nada de Spanish. Meaning is that nothing disturbs you, nothing surprises you, and everything shall pass. And you might know where the lights are from. So Pursue your research interests, keep reading, keep writing, everything will be fine. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. I request Dr. Christina, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to deliver vote of thanks. Greeting to all. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our Almighty God for His comfort and strength throughout this day. Next, I would like to thank our Secretary, Sister Jessie, for her unwavering dedication and leadership, helping us to execute this conference in a smooth manner. I thank you, Sister. I extend my gratitude to our respected principal, Dr. Raju, for his invaluable support and guidance in making this event a remarkable success. I thank you, sir. My heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. B.C. Anish Krishnan Nair, University College of Engineering, for your inspiring words and for sharing your valuable insights with us, sir. I thank you very much. I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. J. John Shager and Dr. S. Balakrishnan from Bodhi International Journal. They have been with us from till this time, from morning till this time. This time, in spite of their busy schedule, they share their valuable thoughts with us in the morning session. And thank you for your meticulous planning to overcome challenges and achieve this goal. Thank you very much, sir. My heartfelt thanks to our head of the department and convener of this conference, Dr. Sister Prashika. Your dedication and tireless efforts have made this event a remarkable success. I thank you. I would like to thank all the research scholars from various colleges. Your dedication to advancing knowledge is truly commendable. I thank you all very much. Then I would like to extend my gratitude to all my colleagues. Your confidence and commitment of making this conference a successful one. Thank you, friends. And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the staff from the various colleges for encouraging and for their participation in this conference. I thank you, sir. And I would like to extend my special thanks to all the students who have participated and presented papers in this conference. Your presence and participation makes the memorable one of this event. Thank you once again. Through the participation and presentation certificate to the persons, I would like to call the Dr. John Sagan to distribute the certificates for the research scholars. Gariga from Holy College, Nagakoil. She has presented and participated in the conference. Angel Manjila from Holy Cross College, Nagakoil. Mary Bhavana from Holy Cross College. Hindu College and he was our Anish Krishna Nayak. He was the Ina Abhishek from Hindu College. Nagpur. Thank you, everyone. Let's stand. Let's sing Tamil Nadu. Oh, sorry, let's sing national anthem.
Definitely.